Hello everyone. So this time we are going to learn the real-time chat application in the React Native. Okay. So for the example, we can say we are going to make the some kind of like WhatsApp clone in the React Native. And this video is the combination of all the videos of the playlist available in this channel already with the name of WhatsApp clone in the React Native. Okay. So this video is going to be very interesting and very learning. So please watch and let's have the glimpse of the project, like what the project is going to be look like after the completion of the full project. Okay. Okay. So let's have the look. So what we'll be learning here, let me walk you through one by one. So we'll be learning the navigation setup, in which bottom tab setup, okay, the vector icons setup, how to use vector icons, okay. We'll be using the profile screen, and we'll be using the authentication using the Firebase Auth, all right. We'll be using the contact list. We'll be fetching the all the contacts from the device. You can see this is the iOS, this is the Android emulator, this is the iOS simulator, okay. And if I click on the this here, and if I click on this, so I can chat on the real-time basis. Let me check test, and if I click here, you can get the test here. If I click, if I type something here, if I send it, you will get it here on the real time. You get the time. So all the things are like real time. So we are using the Firestore for the real time updates in the chat screen. Okay. So these are the things we are going to learn. So lots of fun, lots of learning is going to be there. So be with this video, be with us, be with me. So let's start. So we will start with the creating our project, and before creating project, please make sure your system is ready with the React Native setup, and if it is not, please watch my React Native setup video. Link is in the description. So hoping you are ready with your project setup. What it means, your React Native system setup is ready. Now we will create the React Native project, and for that we will take help from the React Native documentation. For that you need to type React Native docs in the Google. We'll hit enter. Now we'll go to the environment setup, get started with the React Native. We'll click on this. We'll use, can I use React Native without a framework? So we are not using React Native Expo. We are going to use React Native CLI, which is more flexible, and we can do more things comparing to the Expo. So we'll click get started without a framework. We'll copy this line in order to install the React Native project. We'll open terminal. Okay, we are going to a specific path where we want to put this project. So I'll put it in desktop. I'll paste this command, and the name we can choose real chat. All right, so name is going to be real chat, or we can take a fancy name. What do you suggest? For now we are going with the real chat. Let's make first letter capital, hit enter. Okay, it is gonna take some couple of minutes, so I'm pausing the video, and once we are ready with the project, we move further. And one more point, in between installing the app, or we can say installing the project, it will ask to, do you want to install CocoaPods now? So I'll press yes, and it will again install the CocoaPods. Afterwards it will be ready to run the app. Now the project is ready. we'll cut this terminal and I will open this VS Code. Here this real chat application project is now being created, and I think it is created now fully. Okay, so we'll try to run first to check if all the things are working fine. Project is running, so we'll open Xcode. Okay, in the Xcode we gonna click on open existing project. Here in the real chat, inside the iOS folder, make sure to click on the realchat.xc workspace, not in the Xcode project. Okay, open it. Okay, now we can select iPhone Air 26 in order to run the app. Click on the run. Okay, let's wait till it is running, then we'll do extra or further steps in the VS Code. Okay, and one more thing, let me show you the run button in the Xcode. If you are new for the Xcode, let me concise it. Yeah, so it is the run button and here it is running, so it is almost completed. And installing real chat to iPhone Air, let's wait for a few seconds. I think it is here. Okay, let me close this one. Okay, and one more thing, I think we need to start the metro. Yeah, that was, I was assuming it will show an error. Let me open the terminal, close this port, get lens, debug console, open it, yarn start. If you are using yarn package manager, you can do yarn start. If you are using npm package manager, you can do npm start, or otherwise you can start with the npx. Okay, so in my system the yarn package manager is there, so I am able to run with yarn start to start my metro bundler or metro server. Okay, now if I open the simulator, click on the reload, it will reload the app. So let's have a look. Yeah, so app is running. Now I'll close this. We can open the J. Pressing J, I can open the React Native DevTools. I'll put it in background. Let me put it in the foreground mode. Okay, so similarly you can also run the Android emulator using Android yarn Android for the Android. So Android app will be in running mode, and for the iOS you can do yarn iOS as well in place of Xcode. Okay, so I'm hoping you can run the Android and iOS both the app. For now I'm only running this iOS because only one screen is more than enough to show you the changes. Okay, cool. Now we'll make sort of folder structure, sort of architecture we'll set up, then we'll go for the navigation setup. So let me create a folder, source src. Here we can create few folders for now. In future videos, if there is any requirement of the new folder, new files, we'll create that. For now we are creating 4 basic folders, for example navigation, screens, component and services. Okay, so inside the source I'll create navigation, and inside the source again I'll create new folder, screens. Inside the source I'll create new folder, components, for the reusable components. Okay, and okay, let me put it in here in the source. Okay, the fourth one is services, where we'll put all the services related code source. So I think all inside the source folder. Let me put it back into the move. Yeah, so we can put it in the, yeah, when okay, why it is not going to the source? Yeah, now it is coming. Move, yeah. So now inside the source folder we have component, navigations, screen, services. Okay, so we'll start with the navigation folder, and here we'll create a one root navigator. Okay, one file, root navigator auth tsx. Okay, for the navigation setup we'll gonna use React navigation. So for that we'll take React navigation documentation help, open it, click on new tabs, search Google, type React navigation, hit enter, very first link React navigation, open it, read docs, all the things. Why I'm showing to you, so that if there is any change in the React navigation, in the project setup, in project creation, so you can also follow the documentation, because it's a good practice to install all the things from the documentation part. If you do directly, it might break in future implementation, future creations of the project, right? So in future if you are creating the app or you are using navigation, so it will help you if there is any change in the documentation, right? So in the getting started, I'm gonna install the yarn at React navigation native library, then React native screens, React native safe area context. Okay, and in the next we'll install React native stack. Okay, and we will use bottom tabs. For the bottom tabs we will be installing bottom tabs, React navigation bottom tabs, and native stack. Yeah, so these few libraries we gonna install. So let's start with this one. I'm using React navigation, so copy this one. Okay, let me open terminal, clear, paste. Let me copy the another one, these two, copy, paste. Let me clear this, let me enlarge this. Okay, so we have three libraries here: React navigation native, React native screens, React native safe area context. Okay, and hello, React navigation native stack. Okay, let me install this as one. Okay, fine. Let me install the bottom tabs library as well, because we are mainly going to use this. Okay, fine. Is there any extra dependencies required? Let me check. To use the navigator, ensure that you have React Native navigation native. Okay, and here for these two libraries, screens and safe area context, yeah, there is one additional change. We have to put this code and this code. Okay, we'll put that in a while. Let's jump to the VS Code and let me put enter. Remove this yarn add, because if you write yarn add only once, after that giving space, it will install all the packages, right? Let me put enter. Now it is being installed, all the packages. All right, and meanwhile we can go here and see what are the other things we have to do. We need to put rn screens fragment factory here and enable on back invoked callback in the manifest file. Okay, these two things we have to do. Okay, so please copy these lines, like this line, copy. We'll go to the manifest file in the Android. Here inside the Android app source android.manifest file, inside the activity I'll put this line, save, go back to the React navigation doc, copy this function, copy this method, go to the main activity.kt, put it here. Okay, don't worry about these red lines. Copy this here, put this, save. Okay, go back. Now for the Android it's fine. For the iOS I think we need to do pod install. Okay, so the libraries also has been installed. Let me do pod install. Okay, let me close this, go to the clear console, go to the iOS folder, write pod install this way. Okay, the pod is being installed. Fine. Now open Xcode and in the above menu you will be able to see product, edit, debug, integrate options. Click on the product, clean build folder. Okay, rerun the application. Just want to ensure that all the things are working fine. Okay, let's pause the video. Okay, now you can see the project is running, so there is no issue. Similarly for the Android you can also run. Okay, now jump back to the root navigator. Here we are going to write the navigation code. All right, now we'll end this video here. In the next video we'll write the navigation code and we'll do some extra steps. Make sure to subscribe and like the video. Cool. So in this video we'll be watching bottom tabs modifications to make it more beautiful and React Native vector icon setup, and we'll be using that. So let's start. Cool. So in root navigator we're gonna start writing code. So we'll import create stack, create native stack navigator. Okay, this one, and we'll create a stack for that, basically instance for create native stack navigator. Now we'll create one function root navigator, and we'll return our stack dot navigator. Okay, and inside that we have stack dot screen okay, so this is stack dot screen name and component, in which component we are going to push this screen. Okay, all right, so here we'll be taking two components, home and chat. All right, so let me make it home, and home is chat. So let me copy this one, I'll put it as chat screen. We need to create these two screens in the screen folder. Let me create that one, home screen dot tsx, and the second one chat screen dot tsx. Okay, I need to create a basic component, so I'm using a snippet for that, or either you can, I'll cover these whole parts like line by line in next videos, because this video is for the navigation and other things. But for now I'm creating this basic component chat screen, similarly basic component for the home screen, so that we can use it here without any error. Okay, let me format that. Okay, I think there is some issue, let me check that one. Yeah, it's fine now. Curly braces there. Okay, so we have this root navigator ready. Now we will create one bottom navigation, bottom tabs we can say. For the bottom tab we will create one bottom tabs dot tsx. We're gonna import create bottom tabs. Okay, now create one instance for tab, one function bottom tabs, and it will return tab dot navigator in tab dot. We'll close this one, and here we'll assign these screens. Okay, tab dot screen, and we can choose it as home and profile. I'm gonna show you in a moment what I'm going to do, what I'm trying to do. Just bear with me couple of more seconds. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, so here I'll replace with profile. Let me create one more screen, profile. Or we can say profile screen dot tsx. Create one dummy screen. Okay, profile screen. Okay, import this home screen. Okay, and now here I name it as tab, and here we'll import that bottom tabs. Save it. Okay, refresh it. And yeah, one more thing, in the app.tsx we have to wrap whole project in a navigation container. And let me clear all the things first. Okay, and let me wrap all the things in navigation container, which is going to be imported from React Navigation native. Okay, here we can import root navigator. All right, so you can see now we are able to see the tabs, home and profile. And inside this inside this home bottom tabs, we have two screens in this tag, so we can navigate accordingly, like from, we can say, yeah, from tab to chat. Like if in the home screens, if we try to navigate to the chat screen, we can do that easily. For now we are not needing this chat screen, because we first create this home list, then we will going inside the chat screen. Okay, hoping it is making sense. Now we can make couple of modifications in the bottom tabs so that our screen looks good. Okay, for that we first can write this screen options. Okay, and in the screens option we can pass header. Okay, shown to be false. Okay, so that one header is gone. And in the stack also, inside the screen options, we don't need that header. False. Okay, you can see all the headers are gone. Now you can do couple of more things to make it beautiful. For that we need some other things, and in other things we going to be implement one vector icon package, because for this icons I'm not going to download the image, because image might take some space and memory. Okay, so we'll be using vector icons in our project, React Native vector icons, and we'll use that icon for these two icon, home and profile, so it looks pretty, the bottom tabs. And for that we'll be going to Google again, so that you find the documentation. vector icons, the first one. Okay, now I'm going to install this here back and add React Native vector icons. Let me install this. Okay, fine. Again come back to here. I have to do some other things like these things. Yeah, I have to put this inside the info plist in the iOS folder for the iOS, and for the Android I have to put this into the Gradle file. Okay, makes sense. So yeah, come back to the VS Code. Inside the iOS folder, go to the real chat, go to the info plist, and we can put it here above the dictionary. Please make sure it is above the dictionary. Save. And for the Android, let me copy this, edit Android app build.gradle, not Android build.gradle. Okay, so we have to go inside the app build. We are inside the app now. Inside the app we have build.gradle, and we can put it here at the last. Save. Okay, now we have to install the pod for the iOS. So the rn vectors icons pod is being installed. Let me close this one. Let me close this one. Okay, open this one, and I think we need to clean the build and rerun the build for both iOS and Android. Let me clean the build. I have click on product in the above tab bar, clean build. Now rerun the project. Similarly, for the Android, we have to rerun the Android app. So for now I'm not running the Android. In some time we'll be running the Android and iOS both, in order to test the messages, chats, like from one device to another device we'll send messages. That time we'll be running Android and iOS both, but for now I'm running iOS only. So let's see. Yeah, it is being run. Let's wait. Cool, so project is running now. Come back to the VS Code, and here in the vector icons we can go back and see there is React Native vector icons directory, from where we can choose the vector names, or sorry, image names or icon names. So let me choose pretty cool for the home and for the profile. Two icons we need to choose. All right, so let me search. I think home. We have the home, and okay, so I think, yeah, these are the homes and profile. The profile. Okay, so these icons I think we can choose. So let me choose the home. Okay, so let me choose the home icon from the Ioni icons. Okay, jump to the VS Code, import, okay, in the bottom tabs we can import the React Native vector icons, Ioni icons, and here we can inside the screen options we can put our icon names. All right, okay, so let me remove this one. for a second. Let me take one callback, and inside the callback we will get the route. So we'll get route and arrow function. Okay, nice. Now fine, so we have the screen options, and inside the screen options we need to return something. So yeah, let me remove the auto fill feature. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, this way. Got this. Yeah, this way. And here we have, yeah, this one icons. Let me close this one as well. Yeah, it's fine now. So let me repeat it. So here we have one callback. Let me show you this one. Inside the object, inside this object we have one callback, or if for now if I remove this one, this auto correction now. Okay, let me, okay, wait a second, let me fix this one all. Okay, so if I remove this one, so simple, you can see I don't want that one. This is a callback. Okay, we are passing inside the screen options, and inside the callback we get one argument like route to detect the route name. Okay, reject. Okay, now we can pass the tab bar icon, and inside the tab bar icon we can again pass the callback arrow function. Okay, and inside this we will be getting three things: focused, color, and size. So focused will get what are the active focused tab, like this one or this one. Then we can get the color, then we can get the size. Okay, as an argument, and here we can pass the icons. For the icon name we can choose one variable icon name, and we can return the Ioni icons we have imported here. Okay, and this icon name will put this icon name, and size will put this size, and the color will be putting the color. Okay, and now we have to choose the we can say icon name in the basis of focused or in focused, correct? So let me reject this. Okay, so I hope till this point everything is clear. Now let's move further. Okay, now we'll check if route dot name is equal to home, then in the icon name we'll put our name home if it is focused, otherwise home outline. Okay, so we'll check if it is focused, like user has clicked on this, so I'll put home, else home outline. Cool. Now else if route dot name is equal to profile, then we'll put person or person outline. Now I'm gonna save it. Okay, you can see it's looking good now. Okay, let me format this one first. Yeah, and apart from this tab bar icon, we can change the tab bar tint color, tab bar active tint color, tab bar inactive tint color. So for now, if I put this one, it's looking good. Cool. You can change it whatever you want. Okay, so for now tab bar active tint color and tab bar inactive tint color we have set. Okay, and let me remove this header part. Okay, so for that, am I able to put the header shown false here? Yeah, so we can put that one, and in the home screen we need to align all the things center. So for now, don't worry about this. I'm just making in good for now. I'll make you understand what all these things: justify content, align center, align item centers. So for now you can see it's looking good. We are ready to move further. So I hope that's it for this video. In the next video we might see the Firebase store implementation. Okay, cool. So if you like, please like the video and share the video. Thank you. Hey folks, so in this video we'll be watching the Firebase and Firestore setup in the React Native project, and this is the very crucial and core topic, so don't skip it. Okay, let's start. Alright, so for the Firebase setup in the React Native, we'll follow the Firebase React Native Firebase documentation. Let's open that one. Okay, so just type Firebase React Native and click on the very first link, which is React Native Firebase, and here all the documentation is available for the Firebase to integrate in the React Native project. So getting started, and here before getting started, the documentation assumes you are able to create a project with React Native and that you have an active Firebase project. If you do not meet these prerequisites, please follow the links below. So this also we have to cover, so we'll come to this part later. Just try to install the dependencies for the Firebase. So if you do have the React Native CLI, not the React Native Expo project, then we have to do this yarn add React Native Firebase app. Just try to install it. Okay, open terminal, yarn add. Okay, fine. Now for the Android setup, we have to add this line and these two lines. This is the in the Android build.getter folder, and this is in the Android app build.getter folder. So let's do that. Copy this one and let's go to the Android build.getter folder, and inside the dependencies, make sure Android, not app, directly build.gradle. Inside the dependencies, we need to put this one, and we can see other dependencies, add me. Okay, at the last. Okay, save. Now come back to the documentation, copy, execute the plugin by adding the following to your Android app build.gradle. Now this is the build.gradle of inside the app. Open app, build.gradle. We just need to apply plugin these two things. Okay, so where we can put it? Here below the vector icons, apply, we just put it, save. Okay, come back to the documentation. Now look for the iOS setup. Here, don't worry about these Google service.info plist and Google service for file for the Android. We'll be doing in a while. Just put the dependencies first. For the iOS, I guess there is one more thing to do. Import Firebase in the app delegate file and Firebase app.configure inside the application launch. Okay, open Xcode, go to real chat. We can do it in the VS Code as well, but I prefer to do it in Xcode. Open app delegate file, import this. It might show error for some time until and unless we install the pod and rerun the app. Okay, don't worry about that. Copy this, open Xcode, we can put it here. Okay, this is showing no such module Firebase. Don't worry about this. Now come back to here. We have done all the configuration. Yeah, one more thing, don't forget to put this line in the pod file, otherwise it will show some kind of pod issue, so remember that one. Okay, inside the iOS pod file, here we need to put this line. Okay, and I guess if we install the pod, there might be few more errors. We need to put some Google utilities and one other framework here in the pod as well, that we will see when we are going to install the pod. Okay, let's cd iOS to go to the iOS folder, do pod install. Save it first. Okay, let's wait till pod is being installed for the Firebase. I'm pausing the video. If there is any error, I'll show you. Otherwise, if there is not any error, we'll continue. So we can see there is one error saying Firebase core internal depends on the Google utilities which does not define modules. To opt into those targets generating modules maps, which is necessary to import them from Swift. While when building as static libraries, you may set used modules header or modular true. So we are going to set this modular headers true for the Google utilities. Okay, just put this line inside below this line, pod Google utilities modular header true, save. Now again try. Let's wait. Now pod is being generated, and yeah, pod generated successfully. Okay, now two most important thing is rest left. So for that we have to go to back to the documentation part and just follow these lines. At the very first, React Native setup development environment, create a new Firebase project. So we have to create a new Firebase console project, and we have to put the package name and bundle identifier name for the iOS, package name for the Android in this project, and we will get one Google JSON file that will put inside the Android and iOS folder respectively. Okay, open this. We have already so many projects, so let's create a new one. Create new Firebase project. We can name it as real chat. Continue. Okay, no, I don't want this. Continue. No, I don't want Google Analytics as well. For now, later we can enable this. Okay, continue. Project is preparing and being created. Cool. Wait for some time. I think couple of more seconds. Yeah, it's created now successfully. Continue. Cool. Now what we have to do is we have to add app. We have to create one Android and one iOS app. So let's create first Android app. We have to put the package name in order to successfully create the app. So we'll go back to the VS Code and we can look for the package name and we can find it in, I guess, source Android manifest file, and let me check where it is, the name of the package. Okay, I think it is not there. Okay, so I guess the package name is not in the manifest file. Just cut it, open the java main activity.kt. Here you can see the package. This is the com.realchat. This is the package name. Copy this, go back to here, paste. If you want to give any nickname you can give, otherwise leave it. Register app. Okay, it is being registered. Now we will download this google service.json. Allow, it is downloaded. Next we have to do all the things we already had done in the this documentation, so we do not need to add these lines now. Next, continue the console. Okay, so first open the VS Code, open the Android, open the app. Now inside the app we'll be putting that service file. Okay, let me open my Finder, downloads, Google service. Okay, we can paste inside the app. Okay, just make sure to rename it to google services.json. If you put it as it is and the name differ from this name, google-services.json, then it will not work. Please make sure about the name convention of the google services and json file. Okay, now go back to the console, Firebase console, add app. Now we'll create iOS app. For the iOS, go to the Xcode, go to the click on the real chat. Here in the signing capabilities, you can copy the bundle identifier, copy that, go back to the console. Here register app, you can provide the nickname as well if you want. I'm leaving for now. Download this google service info plist. Allow. Next, this we already installed. We already have added this Firebase configure, so do not need to add again. Continue the console. Okay, cool. Come back to here, go to the Xcode. Okay, now we can put that file here in the real chat. Open again this one, in the real chat, cut this, target real chats, please click on this, finish, rename it to, or we can show in Finder, and we have to rename it to Google service info plist. Please make sure about the naming convention. Okay, it is showing some kind of error. Let's wait and let's check. Okay, come back to the VS Code, pick this and paste inside the real chat, move. Okay, fine, go back to Xcode, open real. Okay, it is showing this error. Let me delete this one. Okay, now come back to here. Here we are able to see that this file is there. So if we find any error, we'll see again, otherwise it is okay for now. So we have successfully set up the Firebase inside our React Native project. Okay, now for the sake of all the things working fine, let me do the pod install again. Pod install. Okay, fine. Now you can see this Firebase error has gone. Let me clear the build. Let me run it again. Now build is running. Go back to the VS Code. Once build is successful, the app will launch. Cut this, cut this, cut this, cut this, cut this, cut this. Okay, now go back to the documentation in the Firebase. Our main motive was to add this Firebase was to add the cloud Firestore for the message which is going to be updated on the real time. Okay, so installation process tell that you need to install the React Native Firebase app first. So we have done that already. Now we need to install this one. We can directly install this one. Okay, open the terminal, paste this one. Let's wait till the Xcode is running. It's app. Okay, here. Now after running this, we'll need to do the pod install, and after pod install we can use the Firestore for the real-time messages. So let's wait. Now you can see the build is running successfully. App has launched. Okay, now we'll be installing this React Native Firebase Firestore. Okay, okay, there is some thread exception. We can remove this one. Okay, so this library has been installed, this Firebase Firestore. Now install the pods, pod install. Okay, and that exception, I think it was related to this Google service and Google service info plist file. So the Xcode is not able to find that. We'll put it here. Let's finish this pod installation process first. Okay, so pod installation done. Let me open the Xcode. There was some exception last time while we running the app, so we have to put the Google JSON file here right away. So let's open this, downloads, rename this here itself. Okay, it is already existing. Okay, not an issue. Let me copy this, paste it here, finish. Okay, again the same thing. Okay, I think this time it is fine. Okay, let me clean the build. Let me run the app. Let's wait till app is running. Cool, so app is running now. There is no any exception, you can see. So after the successfully installation of Firebase and Firebase Store, the app is running. That's cool. The iOS, here I am running only the iOS app, not the Android app. So if you want, you can also run the Android app. But yeah, and in the future videos we'll be running the Android as well. So that's it for this video. We'll be watching you in the next videos. Till then, bye. Subscribe the channel and like the video. Hey folks, so in this video we will be creating the contact list screen with the dummy data. Okay, so without any further delay, let's start. Alright, so we will start with the creation of the UI of the listing in the home screen, and we'll be making the list of the all the available contacts in the device. For now we are going to use the dummy data for that, but later on we'll be implementing the React Native contact library plugins in order to get all the contacts from the device. We'll see how much data and what data we'll be getting in the emulator or simulator, but now we are going to use dummy data, and we'll be making the list of all the contacts in the home screen so that we can click on any particular person and we can chat with him or with her. Okay, so let's start. So here let's remove this one, and let's remove this one. We'll be writing flex one, and let's give background color. We can give the white. For the white we have FFF. And one more thing, for all the color you can create a separate file for all the colors in order to use theme in the app. If you want to use like dark theme or light theme, you can create a separate file for the all the colors, and from that file you can handle like theme wise. For now I'm writing here in the inline style, the CSS in the inline style, but yeah, at the end I'm going to put all the style inside this style sheet.create. That is the professional way. Writing all these styles in the inline is not recommended, but for now, for the sake of simplicity, and just wanted to make you understand that yeah, how things are working. So I'm writing the style in here for a moment. Okay, cool. So let's get started. Okay, I'm gonna use the flat list for the list. Okay, let me import the flat list. Okay, now I'll be having data, and in the data we'll passing some array. For now I'm passing empty array. We'll be having render item, like what we want to render in the flat list for each item. Okay, and these items will be picking from this data in the array, like how much data in the array, that much of time this item will be re-render in the screen. Okay. So let me write a callback here, and that callback I'll make giving the name contact item. Okay, and I need to pass an item for that. An item I'll be getting from here. So this item will be from this array, and this contact item, this is the UI screen or component we can say, we'll be making inside this component folder. Okay, I'm going to pass this item here. Cool. Okay, I'm calling this contact item. Now I need to create one component, we can say contact. So we can reuse this component as well, so that's why I'm creating in this components folder contact item .tsx. Okay, for now I'm just creating this way so that I can just import it here. Okay, fine. And it is saying it's not assignable to take. Yeah, so fine. For now it is not taking any props, so that's why it's showing error. Leave it for now. Okay, we'll be fixing soon. Now we can pass key extractor. What is this? This is for the uniqueness of the each item, like we have to pass the ID. So for now I can pass the ID this way. Item will be getting item from the array, and I can pass the item dot ID here. I can return this way. I can write the return statement, or I can simply write in one line, so it will be returning this ID. Okay, so actually we haven't defined the type of the item. We'll be defining very soon, so this error will not come. For now let's keep it simple, and yeah, just let me put this dummy data here first. So we can say can put the dummy data in the services contacts .ts. Okay, export const contacts. Okay, here I can pass one object ID, one name, phone and email, and yeah, and we can simply say xyz@gmail.com. Okay, if we have any profile picture, we can put in avatar. Okay, or we can take one status as well for the particular person here. So yeah, we have ID, name, phone, email, avatar and status. For now it's good enough. We can copy, we can paste, we can change it. Okay, okay, now just put it here, ID 3, and yeah, make it some Singh. Okay, okay, yeah, so I can For now I can remove this avatar here, this avatar from here. Okay, one more id 4. Cool. So we have 4 items in an array, and we are going back to the home screen. We'll be importing this contact here. Okay, so we can see we have the items here, and we can put all the things inside the safe area view. We can import safe area view context. We have item in the visual area. Okay, now let's jump back to the contact item so that we can make it pretty beautiful. Okay, now okay, so let's remove this part, and let's remove this view as well. We'll be taking an item here, which item we are passing over there. Okay, and I want to reject this. We have to define the type of this item. We will be defining soon. Let's write touchable opacity, import from the React Native. Okay, because each item we want to make clickable so that user can click on the list item, like in this contact item. Okay, and go back to the screen of the chat. Okay, let me close this. So style, okay, in this style we'll be writing flex direction row, and align item center, vertically align center. Okay, if we write here justify content center, then horizontally will be center, but in this align items the vertically will be in center this way, because the direction of the flex is row. So this align item is just opposite of the direction. Clear? And yeah, so let me close this disable opacity, and I can write the one text here, item dot name, save. We can see all the name are visible here. Okay, we can do some padding horizontally here, 16 for now. Padding vertical we can do as well, and we can do, or we can put it 12 here. Background color we can do this color. Okay, okay, cool. So let me write the logic for the image or profile of the user of the all the contact list item. So we can put, I'm not sure in the emulator contact list we will be getting the image, but yeah, for in the real devices you will be getting the image as well. So I'm putting the logic, but yeah, we will be using the first initials of the name if we don't have the icon or the image for now. Okay, so if item dot avatar is there, then we'll be putting image and source would be URI item dot avatar. Okay, fine. And yeah, let me import this image from the React Native. Okay, let me write the style for that. We can give the width and height and border radius. Width we can put 40, height we can put 48, and width also 48, and we can give border radius to 24. Yeah, and if the avatar is not available, we can put the simple view with the initials of the name, so that we also need to get the initials first. Okay, so yeah, first write the view here, view, and inside the view we can give the text, and inside the text we can pass the initials, and these initials we need to write here, const. Okay, initials is equal to item dot name. Whatever the name we have, we can split it with the space, because in the name we have space in between. Okay, yeah, so we'll be splitting it with the space. Now we have the array of 2 items. We'll map it, and we'll be getting the n, and in the n first value we'll be returning. Simple. So each word I'll be getting, like this is the first item of the array, this is the second item of the array. Here in the split, this creates an array. Now in the array we'll be getting the first item, and the first item, the first letter, this is the first letter I'll be returning, and in the second loop it will return second item, not the second item, from the second index item to first letter. Like in the first item it will return first index, and in the second item also it will return first index. Okay, so this way, let me write down here. So this thing will return zone do if we have zone and do. Okay, let me console this so that you can understand it clearly. Okay, let me console this part first. Okay, 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 okay. One second, let me open the debugger in the console. You can see in the array you are getting this one and this one, 2 items. Okay, and this is the for each items in the list. So for the first item you are getting 2 items in one array. Okay, cool. Now if you do this here, okay, so now you are getting the 2 items this way, J and D, and finally we can join this. Okay, so if you do join, you can see we are getting the this way, and we can make it uppercase in case of like we are getting the smaller letters, so we can make it finally dot to uppercase. Fine. Okay, let me remove the console. Okay, I think now you are able to understand how these initials are working. Okay, and let me define the type for this and for this item and for this item. Okay, so let me go back to the services, create one file, types.ts. Okay, let me define the type. Okay, and we can give the name like counter item, and we have id string, and what are other things, name, phone, email, avatar, and status. All are these strings. Okay, name, phone, email, avatar, status. Okay ji. Now come back to the contact item.tsx. Make this item to the okay, so to the okay, let me export this. Come back to here. Okay, now the error is gone. Okay, fine, let me close this, come back to the listing part. Okay, now let's make these initials bit beautiful. So in the view we'll be taking style, and inside this style we'll be taking width 48, same as like image, height 48, border radius same 24, background color, for the background color we can take 25D366. Okay, and we can take align items and justify content both in the center, so that all the things are in the center. Justify content as well we can take center, so this way you can see. Okay, now we can make this text color white. For the white we'll be taking this one, and this font weight we can take bold or we can take simply 600. Okay, font size we can take, at 16 for now. Okay, cool. One more thing, why this text are not in the center? Let me check. We have taken align item center, justify content center. Okay, this is fine. Okay, so I guess this flag direction row and this align item is creating problem, because this touchable opacity, understanding it like two components, so we can wrap it in, you know, this way, in one parenthesis, so that it understand only one component. Okay, so this is the good way to handle all the things like optional chaining. So now if we save it and yeah, so let me check this one. This is fine. For a second, let me make it 2. Align items center. Now it is in center. Justify content center. Now it is in center. Let me make it 24. Good. Cool. So looking cool. Okay. Now we can move further and we can make one another view below this, and this view is inside this touchable opacity and flex direction row. So this will be in left side and this view will be in right side. Okay, but horizontally, like this row, in the row wise, like this way. Okay, okay, you will see in a moment. Now we can make a text below this view, and inside the text we can put the name, and in this view style we can give margin of 12, and we can put flex like 1. Okay, in the text we can provide the styling like font size, font weight, font color. So let me put it 16, 500, and this one. Okay, cool. And one more thing, for the styling purpose, for making it like WhatsApp, so we need to put the status. So we can put this status as well. So below the text we can put item dot status, not phone, status, and we can put the text style likewise, color, margin, and font size. Okay, so we can take this and we can make it number of line 1. So it comes into one line. Okay, 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 and margin top we can give like 2. Fine. Okay, now we can make it more beautiful by editing some flat list, and we can provide it like item separator, the home screen .tsx, in the flat list item separator component. Here we also need to pass one component. We can, this way we can pass a component. If we use curly braces in place of parentheses, we need to write the return keyword, otherwise we can write it without return keyword. View, and inside the view we can pass the style like height 1 and background color and the margin horizontal. Okay, okay, fine. So you can see this way, but this color is not looking good, So we can make it a good color. So like we can pass the, I can say f white. Now it is looking good, and this is the flat list. So if there is lots of items, we can scroll simply. Okay. Okay. All right. So with the dummy data, we have ready the list of the contacts. So in the future videos, like we'll be implementing the real contacts from the device. And that's it for this video. We'll see you in the next video. Till then, bye. All right. So in this video, we'll be going to implement the React Native contacts plugin, which is the third party plugin. And we are going to use this plugin for the getting all the available contacts in the device into our app. Okay, so that we can list down all the contacts here. So for that, we just go to the npm library here, just type React Native contacts and click on the very first available link, React Native contacts, which is in npm package. Click on this. Okay, and yeah, so you can also refer to the repository documentation if you want. And otherwise, if you want simple implementation, just copy this and add React Native contacts, open VS Code, open terminal. Okay, install this package, go back to the npm package documentation. Here we just need to implement some permissions. For the Android, we have to follow, or we have to put this permission in the manifest file. If you want to read the contact, if you want to write the contact, we also are, need to provide this permission. But for now, we are just going to read the contact, so we'll be putting this permission only. Go back to the VS Code, open Android app source Android manifest file, put the permission here. There is one already permission while creating the app. There is internet permission, which is already by default permission React Native provided. Okay, so for the Android it's okay, it's fine. Go back to the, there is one more permission for the iOS. Yeah, for the iOS also we have to put permission in the info plist file for the contact. So I think they have not provided the info plist direct permission. We just need to open the Xcode, then put the permission over there. Otherwise, we can copy one thing, and let me show you how to put the permission. Either you can provide the permission from the Xcode or just go to the VS Code. This is the second option, the simple one. Open iOS, real chat, info plist, open this, and you can provide the permission in somewhere inside the dictionary below the array. Provide this permission, save it. So this is the ns contacts usage description permission. This app needs access to your contacts. Okay, now do the pond install. Okay, after the pod installation, we need to rerun the app, and for the iOS and for the Android both. So we are going to rerun the iOS app for now. Okay, pod has been installed. Let me rerun the app. Okay, let's wait till app is running. Cool, app is running now. Go back to the VS Code. Okay, now we can use the library and we can import all the contacts from the device. So for now, we have simulator or emulator, we are not using real device, so some information will be getting from the contact might be different from the real device. But now let's see what we are getting. Okay, go back to the screens, home screen. Here we are using this contact, so we need to put that library here. Let's import contact from the React Native contacts. Okay, and we can see the documentation as well. Here they have provided, so this way we can copy. Okay, okay, name is same, so we can do one thing. Either we can change the name of this, or we can take it as a remote device contacts. Okay, one second. Or basically, let me think, we don't need this as well now, so we can comment this, because this list is dummy data. Now we are getting this data from this library from the real device, or for now we are getting it from the iOS or Android emulator or simulator. Okay, so we do not need to use this as now. For now we are not getting the contact. Okay, cool. Let me rename this as contact only, use state const. Okay, now why I have created this use state, we are going to, let me import it, we are going to set our contact data, this contact data in this contact use state data, so that whenever we get the data, we'll be re-rendering the component, because this data might be in the async way, like not exactly we'll getting the data in the synchronous way, we'll getting the in the you know asynchronous way, like we'll be getting the promise. Okay, so we do not directly use that, we can't directly use that data, we have to put in the state, so that whenever we get the data of the contact, we can re-render the screen. All right, so that's why I have making this use state in the, what is this use state? Use state basically re-render the screen whenever this contact updates. Okay, cool. Now use one use effect. Why we are using use effect? Because whenever a screen loads, after that we want to call one function for getting the details of the contacts. Let me put one callback here. Okay, now one thing, we have to pass dependency array, so it runs only once, and we need to import this as well from the React. Okay, now we have to call that contact from this library dot get all. Basically it will provide all the data of the contacts. Then we have to resolve this promise using, we can say, then. Okay, and in the then we get a callback. So okay, and we can provide the catch as well for any error. Okay, so we are not going to say directly, we just console it first, then we'll see what format we are getting, then we have to set the data in our format. Okay, we'll modify if there is a different data. So let me first console it. Okay, let me refresh it. Okay, so it is asking real chat would like to access your contacts. So this is the iOS by default pop-up, because we have provided the permission, so it is asking for the permission. Okay, cool. We'll be allowing permission. Okay, allowed. Say okay, so in the simulator we have all contacts is count 6. So reload it. Okay, now we will not seeing any data because we have commented this contact from the dummy data. Now we will be setting from here. Okay, so let's console this. Let's check what we are getting here in the dev tool. Yeah, we are getting array of 6. Okay, cool. We have the data. In the first index we are getting birthday, company, email, and record ID, phone number. Okay, so what data we need actually we can compare so that we can get that data like way. So we go to services, types. Here we need ID and name. Okay, and email, phone. So email we can get it from here, this email address. Phone numbers we can get it from here. Okay, and record ID we can get it from here. Okay, we can set it as ID, and avatar we are not getting any URL. Let me see if there is any URL. Okay, I'm not sure this would gonna work or not. Okay, status. So this status we not need to get it from here. This will be this status we will be getting from the our Firestore, like Firebase database. Okay. Okay. So now we can set the data. Okay. Go back to the home screen here. Okay, we have to map all the data. Let's first get all the data first. Let me put it here down. Let me create and map. So contacts dot map. If we are providing optional chaining in order to, if there is not anything, it will not execute this one. Okay. Okay, inside the map we'll be getting contacts. So c dot email address and we can simply say that c dot email is equal to c dot email address, and it has also an array. So first item of the array and the email. Similarly for the phone we can do phone c dot phone numbers, and it also an array. So first item of the array and number. Okay, and we can provide the comma here, and we can provide an object here. Okay, and we can provide the return statement here. Okay, cool. And actually, yeah, one more thing is missing, ID. So we can put ID here. Okay, ID. So we have this c dot, and basically we do not need to import this c. I think we are just returning these objects, and c would be required only in the I reject. would be required in the order to getting the data. Okay. Okay, so we are making object basically. So remove this equal. Okay, cool. Now let me reformat it so that you can make, I can make you more understandable to you. Okay, now we are getting the contact in the map. What we are returning, we are returning simply this thing. You can say ID, email, phone, avatar, name, and by default status would be offline. Offline because we are not getting status from here. Okay. Okay, let me refresh it. Yeah, so I hope all things I all thing is going to work perfectly. Let me print this thing what we are getting. Const dot, you can say temp contact. We can console this and we can save, and yeah, we can refresh it and we can check what data we are getting. So you can see now we are able to successfully get this data: avatar, empty string, email, ID, name, phone, status. Okay, and in the avatar what we have set, we have see has thumbnail and thumbnail. Okay, for example, we don't have the thumbnail. Actually we were having this thing. Okay, let me see. Yeah, so wait a second, let's comment out this thing and let's get what we are getting after refreshing. And yeah, so in the URL address we can set this thing for now. URL address, basically this avatar will be getting from the profile, right? Because whenever user going to log in or update profile, he will be setting the profile name, email, all the things. So he'll be getting this from that one. So yeah, leave it for now, we do not need it. Okay, refresh it, clear this thing, or we can uncomment this thing. Now we can set this contact to as a temp contact so that we can see the data. Now look at this, we are getting the data, catable, all the things, all the name, initials, offline, and inside it we have the numbers. Okay, so all the things we are getting. So good, now we have removed this contact dummy data. We can remove this, or we can take it reference as well. So I'm not reviewing this contact dummy data for now because I'll be adding this in the GitHub repo in order to you all guys can test it, this list first. Okay, so now I hope it's working fine. Now our next move would be like making next screen or maybe next profile screen. So that's it for this video. I hope you like the video. Please subscribe the channel. All right, now we are going to build the profile screen in this video. So for the profile screen, we'll be building the basic profile screen like one circular image, name, email, logout button. Okay, and for that we'll be getting the data from the Firebase Auth. But for now, we can use like make the screen with the dummy data. Then we can implement the Firebase Auth. Cool. So let's start and let's make two things here. The first one is we start with the use state. Okay, where we all the data will be getting. Cool. So I'm getting the data, we'll be setting it in the set profile data, and we'll be using this profile data, and this profile data we will be using inside the view JSX part. Okay, cool. And we can make an use effect. Okay, cool. Now inside this use effect we can set the data like set profile data. For now we can set, I am setting the dummy data like name, email, and UID. And why I am setting the UID, because in the chat screen we'll be using the UID of the user for the uniqueness. Okay, you will get it more clearly when we'll be working on the chat screen. But for now let's see the profile screen. Okay, so we have the name, we have the email, we can say Bharat dot tech @gmail.com. We have phone, we have, if there is any image icon we can set as that well. Okay, and finally UID. Okay, so this is the dummy data, and one more function for the logout. So if user is logged in, then we have to log out the user if you want to log out. Okay, so we can give a button for the logout, handle logout, and this screen is after the login, like if user already logged in. Okay, we'll make all some screens for the login and sign up as well, but for now this screen is for the profile which is after the login process. Okay, okay, so handle button, user is logged out. Okay, so we'll implement the functionality here, but for now it's okay. Jump to the UI part. Okay, okay, now here remove this and remove this flex one. We will be taking flex one, and we can set the background color as white. Okay, we can set the align item center, so vertically all the items will be on center. Okay, now not this justify content. So this align items will be centering the items horizontally, because by default view is aligned vertically like this way. So this align item works just the opposite direction. So this direction will be like all the items will be horizontally centered using this. Okay, we don't want the vertically centered, so we are not using the justify content, but we can give the padding like from the top. So from the top we can give padding top like 80. Okay, now inside this we can use our image if we have image. So here we can make one style for the image. Okay, and we can write width 100, height 100, border radius we can take 50. Border radius means we can make it circular. Background color, for now remove this. Background color we can give it as for example 25D366, and justify content center, align item center, and margin bottom 20. Okay, cool. Now we can use the username, or in the username we'll be using the first character only. Okay. So what I can do here, it is let me remove these things. Cool. Now we can take one text, and inside the text we can use profile data dot name, and we don't want the suggestion dot name, and in the name we want the first index data, and if it is there we want to make it in the uppercase, so 2 uppercase. Okay, cool. So in the profile data we'll be getting this name, and we'll be getting this first character and the making it uppercase. Cool, let me save it. Now you can see this one. Okay, let's style this text. So color we can take it as like white, and font weight 600 and font size 40. Okay, not bold, 600 would be fine. Cool. So we have the image ready. Like if we have the image we can place the image here, otherwise this name will work fine for now. Okay, now we'll go for the next text, which is we can say email and phone. Cool. So let's make another text. Okay, let's put some styling in the text. So we can also make it like white font. We can give 16 or 12, and We can also provide the font weight. For now, let's test with this. Okay. Cool. So let me use the prettier to format it so that you can make it by yourself. So we can give it here like the email. Okay, so there is one change, I think, inside this, not inside this view. We have to put it here. Okay. Now let me see where the name is going. Profile and email. Cool. But we are not able to see the text because the text is also white and screen is also white. So we can use this email, and for the name we can use the black text. Just copy, paste it here. We can use this as black. Name, cool, 16. We can increase the font size. We can give the margin bottom as well, and cool, so we can make it 5. So we have this image, name, email, and UID. We can also provide the UID. Okay, so for the UID we can copy this text as well, paste, and we can use it like phone. So okay, so we are not going to show the phone, UID here, because that the secret one. So we can give the phone, email, name, email, phone only, and UID will be like in the state but not visible to the user. That is fine. Let me give the margin bottom. Okay, fine. So we have this name, phone, email. Now we can make one button using touchable opacity. Using React Native. Cool. Now inside this you can use this text, and the text we have the logout button name. We can see logout. Now make it some better UI. Let me reject this. Style, we can give background color. Okay, we can give background color. We can give padding horizontal, and we can give padding vertical, and border radius. Okay, and margin top, and we can also provide the on press method inside this touchable opacity, and we can directly call this one. Save. Now you can see this logout button. Let's go back to the text and put some styling here, and we can provide the white color, font size, and font weight. That's cool. So it's looking good. Okay, so the UI wise, let me format that. Okay, save. and we need to put all the style inside this style sheet dot create method. We cannot use the inline styling here. I have used the inline styling in order to make you understand properly, but now I'm going to put all the styles inside this style sheet dot create. I'm just pausing the video and putting all this style inside this style sheet. Okay, wait for a second. All right, so now I have put all the style inside this style sheet. Okay, you can see it here, like inside this style sheet dot create method. Okay, and here you can see inline styling is not there. So that's it for this video. In the next one we'll be integrating the Firebase auth and we'll getting this data. We'll be making the login screen, sign up screen, then implementing the Firebase auth and then getting this data. Cool. So if you like the video, please like the video. All right, so in this video we are going to learn the how to create login screen, and for the login screen we will be using the Firebase auth, and this login screen will be shown to the user if user is not logged in at very first. So if user want to open the app, they needs to be sign in or sign up with the Firebase auth. So let's go to the Firebase auth documentation and implement that Firebase authentication. So for that we already have seen this documentation. Now go to this usage of authentication. Let's install this library, VS Code. Okay, paste this. Okay, it is being installed, this package. Meanwhile we can see, yeah, so we have to install the pod as well. Go back to here, open this one, and meanwhile we can create one component, login component dot tsx. Okay, and here we'll be making that login component. So rnfs, one second, why it is not taking that okay, not an issue. Okay, save. Cool, so let's install the pod then. Okay, let's go to the screen back, the profile screen. If user is login, then we'll so meanwhile I'm commenting this for now and entering this login component. Yeah, so you can see the login component. Go back to here. Now let's create the design for the login, then we'll be implementing the logic for that. Okay, cool. So okay, let's start with here, remove this text. Okay, so after the pod installation, let's rerun the app again. Okay, now we can start the styling here. Okay, so let's do the inline styling first, then we'll put all the styling inside the stylec.create method. So let's start with flex 1, justify content center, and padding we can give for now 20. Wait a second, until this application is running. Later on you can see the UI here as well. Meanwhile we can create one text input. Text input is for the taking the input from the user. Okay, and we need to import this from the React Native here, and placeholder for the text input we can give email, put an email, and then we can enter here. We can give the value is basically the value on the text input user will see and user will modify. Okay, now we can create two user states for now, email and password, name and phone number. Okay, so const email, set email, and this is, we are not going to import from the React, we'll directly import from the React here. Okay, now const password, const name, set name, and const phone, set phone. Okay, so here we can pass the email, then on change text, whenever user will type, this method will trigger. Okay, so we'll set the email. You can simply set the email, and the value we will get from this on change text directly passed to the set email. This is the one way, and another way, like we can do this way as well here, and we can call this set email, and here we can pass the text and we can get the text from this here. Okay, so this is the one way, and the short form of this is like we can directly pass the set email. Okay, cool. And one styling we can do, like we can give the border width, margin bottom, and border width we can give one, border color we can give this one, and border radius we can give 5, padding we can give 10, margin bottom we can 10. Okay, and for all the 4 fields we can set this way: email, for password, for name, for phone. This way we can save. Here you can see this one: email, password, name and phone. We are getting these things. Okay, so this is, I think, pretty much okay. And we can give the color this way as well, something this one. It is looking good. We can copy this, we can paste here, we can paste here, we can paste here, because for the button we are also going to give that color. Okay, now let's create one button with the touchable opacity. We are not going to use the button component. There is a one already button component in the React Native, but we are going to use the touchable opacity in text for the making the button. Okay, so we have all the flexibility to modify that touchable opacity from the React Native. And here in the styling we can give background color and padding. Okay, and we can also give the on press method. But now let's create one text, and inside the text we can give the login here this way, and in the text we can give the styling like this: color white, text line center, font weight this one. Okay, cool. Let's close this one. Okay, now let's format this, so we can close this one as well. You can see we have like text in 4 text input, for all the email, password, name and phone. We have set the button. Now let's create one on handle login. Basically, whenever a user click on this login button, we have to handle the login. Okay, so we can set as well here. We can create one method. We can give it like const handle login, and we can see the first all the details in the console first. Okay, let's open the console like DevTools here. Okay, now let's fill the email bharat.singh gmail.com. Okay, now fill the password. So we can set any password like Bharat at 123. Yeah, here one more thing, we have to give the security text entry. Secure text entry, save. Now it is secure. Now name we can give Bharat. Phone number we can give like 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0. Okay, let me open the console. If I click on the login, we are getting, okay, so we are not getting the data. Let me check why. Yeah, we are not calling this handle login here in the button, so we need to call the on press, and we can pass this one. Now let's open this, let's click. So here you can see in the login details we have email, name, password and phone. Cool. So for now, actually this video is chat oriented. Basically main logic will be, learning here the chat related. So I'm not going to tell you how to make secure this password, because this direct password we cannot use it. We need to encrypt it using some techniques, hashing. Okay, then we need to send it over to the Firebase or like backend server, whatever you have in your project, in your organization, right? So for now I'm simply saving this password, but yeah, make sure these passwords related sensitive things are encrypted properly. Cool. So let's now implement that Firebase Auth. Go to the back to the documentation. Here you can see we have some methods like on auth state change. If user is logged in or not logged in, we can get these states here from this on state change method. Okay, so this is the way to get if user is logged in or not logged in. And if you want to log in the user, we need to use this create user with email and password. So for that we need to put these things. Okay, cool. So let me see the what else we can check here. So here, this is the signing out method, this is the sign up method, like for the login, for the sign up, and this is the anonymous signing, like user can sign in without any user ID and without any email and password directly. So this is the one way. If you want, you can, otherwise you can leave that. Yeah, so or in order to check the login status, we can use this method on state change. Okay, so simple. So let's start it from here. And yeah, and one more thing I just wanted to tell you, that this create user with email and password, this method we can import it from the Firebase Auth, is can do two things, like it can register the user, like sign up the user and sign in the user as well. So if you use this method and you use email ID, so it checks first if this email ID already exists, so it will sign in the user. If the email ID is not exist, then it will sign up the user, like create a new user. So this method can do like both the things. We do not need to care about the sign in and sign up. So yeah, so it's a good thing. Like for the sign in and for the sign up, we have only one method. We can call this get auth, and then this email we can pass and the password, and in the console we'll get the user account created and signed in. If there is any error, we can get here. So copy this one. Okay, go back to the VS Code here. Good. Here we can import it from this Firebase Auth, and we can import it from the Firebase Auth. Both the things we have imported, and here we can pass the email and the password. Cool. We can save this thing. And one more thing we have to do here is, like, we need to go to the let me check Firebase console, the project we have created at very first, or I think in the second video. I'll provide the link below. You can check to create this Firebase and set up Firebase. Okay, so in that you can see we have this we have created these two product. The product name is like the for the Android, for the iOS, correct? So in the build folder you can see the authentication, and in the sign in method we need to go to the email and password, and we need to enable this in order to use the sign in email and password. So now it is enabled, and we can use this feature. Okay, so make sure to enable this thing, and we can enable like Google sign in as well, but for now we are going to use this email password. Okay, cool. So let's go back to the VS Code. Now what we can do one thing. Okay, so we have this. Okay, cool. So let's click on this login and see what we are getting, if there is any error or not. Login. So user account created and signed in successfully. You can see we get this message, correct? So user is signed in now, and once user is signed in, we have to check like user is signed in or signed out. So for that, what we can do is we have to use this method. Let me show you that one. This method, yeah, this method in the app screen, or we can say the in the very first page, like in the contact list screen. So user cannot see the contact, all the chat screen, all the profile screen until and unless user is not signed in. So let me copy this thing, these methods only. Let me copy this thing. This one. Okay, and if user is not signed in, like if user is not there, so we'll return this login screen, otherwise we'll return the contact list screen. Okay, cool. So go back to the very first screen here. I hope you are getting the point. So in the home screen, I'll be putting this logic here, and I need to import this H. I need to import this from the Firebase Auth, and okay, so let me minimize this thing in order to visualize these things for now. Okay, all right, so let's console this user first, what we are getting in this state. Okay, so this is the one. Let me explain you once again. This is the state, user state, like initializing, set initializing. This is the loading state, like if the authentication process is in progress, so we will not see anything, and if it is successful, so if there is a like user is signed in, so we will get the data, and the set initialization will set to false. Cool. And if we get the data here, like in the user field, if you get any data, so we'll we can show the contact list screen here. If we don't get any data, we can show the this login component. So for now we can do this thing, basically this thing, like this one, copy this one, go back to here, we can put this thing here. If the user is not there, so we'll return the login component. Cool. Okay, if user is there, so we'll return the contact screen. Okay, now let's test this. Okay, open the console here. Let's refresh the app once. Rendering more hooks than during the previous render. Let me kill the app once. Why we are getting this error? Okay, where we are getting this error? Rendering more hooks than during the previous render. Okay, let me see. Here all the things seems to be good. Let me kill this like metro. Let me, sometimes it also creates some problem. Start set cache. Okay, now let me restart the rebuild the app. Let's see. Okay, again same issue. If I comment this out, okay, this line was creating issue. Okay, I think inside this function we were returning something, and if I comment this out, okay, so this set initialization is false, is creating some issue. Let me check why. So if initialization is true, set initialization is false. If initialization is true, okay. So I don't know why it is. So for now we can remove these lines. Okay, save. So we have the data. Okay, let me refresh this, kill this. Okay, so still we are on the good position. Like if the user has some data, then we'll show this screen. If user haven't anything, we'll showing this screen. Okay, cool. So let's check, do we have some data of the user? Yeah, in the user we have getting this data to user. Okay, so we can console this thing, user dot email. Is there something we going to get? No, I think. Let me clear this thing, reopen. Okay, here in the users, email, so we got the user email. That's cool. Okay, cool. So we can get the user email and we can set this user email here. Okay, so this, the contact list is fine working. Let me check the logout code once. So if the user is login, we want to log out, so we can do this code here. Let me go back to the profile screen. In the profile screen we have the login button still, so we can use this code over there as well. So okay, cool. Let me go back to the profile screen here, and let's paste this thing for now. Go back to the home screen and copy this thing and go back to the profile screen, and we can paste it here. Okay, cool. We can import this thing auth as well, and inside the handle logout we can pass this thing. And we can import this sign out. Cool. Save. Okay, one more thing we can do here is we can check the, let me refresh the app first. Okay, now if user is logged in, so if user has some data, then we can show this one. Okay, so we can provide the ternary condition like this way. If user has some data, we can go with this. If user has nothing, we can show the login component. Okay, let me move this. Let me first reject all the things here. Okay, so if user has something, then we'll be showing this screen. Let me comment out this one. Cut. We can paste it here. And if user is nothing, then we can show the login components. So this is the ternary condition, and we have to wrap it in the parentheses in order to work it properly. Okay, and why it is showing error, let me check. Okay, so we have the user here. Let me see why we are getting the error. One second. Okay, so I think in the JSX we are returning the two components. Actually JSX requires only one single component, so here we are returning two component. So let me remove, we can do another way, like we have, if we have user, let me remove this one completely, and let me remove this one completely. Let's check here in after return, if user is there, then we are going to return this component. If user is not there, then we are going to return this component, and this should work fine, I think. Okay, reload. Okay, still there is one issue. Yeah, so this curly braces is extra here. Reload profile. Yeah, so you can see the logout like profile page because user is logged in. So if I click on the logout, email of cannot read property, email of null, user.email here. Okay, so we cannot see this one now. Okay, cool. So if you click on the logout, you can see we have logged on screen, and in this we are still able to see the screen. So let me check. Yeah, here in the home screen we also don't have this email. Okay, so if I refresh this in the home screen as well, we are able to see the login. So we need to log in first in order to see any screen. So let's create this Singh@gmail.com, password name Bharat. Okay, now if I log in, so it is saying already in use, the email already in use. by another account. Okay, cool. So it's good. So we can check why we are not signed in, because in this documentation it is saying in order to sign in or sign up we can use the same method, otherwise we need to sign in. So either we can use the sign in option as well. So let's see why it's not working. If it's not working, we can use the sign in with email address, or either for now, in order to check all the things working properly, we can use another email address. We can here put like 2, and if we click on login. Okay, so the profile screen is there, so it means we are signed in. We can see the contact list now. If we click on the logout, we cannot see the login screen, we cannot see the contact list, we cannot see the profile page. You can see, so it's working fine, but one more thing is still left. Like if user is signed in, like sign up already, then we are not able to sign in with the same email address. So I'm not sure why it is showing error. It should the user can create it and sign in. Okay, so I think we need to use this sign in email method. Okay, so for that we need to give one uh, another button for the sign in the login component. Here create one handle login. So one more method we can create is handle sign up. So create this thing, we can use this sign in method, email password. Cool. Cool. So this way, like if sign in with email address, we need to pass the email and password. In the then we'll be getting the user data, but we are not using the user data for now, but just we are checking the sign in process. Okay, and here this is the, so just remove the name, like this is the sign in, so this is not the login. Let me copy this, let me paste it here, and let me copy this and let me paste it here. So now it's fine. Like this is the sign up, create new email is means sign up, and sign in with like handle login. So now we have to create one more button here. We can create one more similar button, copy this, paste, and we can give name it like handle sign up, and here we can give login, so we can see login and sign up. So and one more text we can give it here, like text already have an account. Okay, in this styling we can give this way, already have an account, so we can use the login. So if we click on the login, we need to remove this name and phone, we just need email and password. So for that we we want a state data to handle these things, like remove these things. So let me create one state for the name is login, set login. Okay, so if first login is false, like user is going to sign up, if we set the set login true, here in the login button, let me refresh it. Yeah, so let me think what we can do it. Yeah, so if user click on this login button handle login. So first we need to remove these two things. So we need to set login true here, and we need to handle login again call. So let me comment at this thing. Let me set login true first, and if set login is true, then we cannot show the phone and do. If login is true, is not true, then we are going to show these two things. If login is not true, then we are going to show these two. Sorry, this is not there. We need to remove this for a while here in the name. Yeah, if login is false, then we can show this name and the phone. So now we can copy these two things and we can paste it here, and these two have two different components, so we need to make it single component. So we can use the simple libress. Yeah, save. If we click on this login, we have only this email and password, and we can remove the sign up button as well. So yeah, we can cut this touchable opacity here. We can also below this one. So now we have this one. Okay, if we click on this login, this one, yeah, cool. So now if you just click on the login again, and if login is not true, then we have to click on the handle login thing. So now Bharat Singh ATM @mail.com, and if you are logged in, okay, then what we have to do is we have to do nothing. It will automatically detect this thing, like what, yeah, in the profile screen it will detect automatically, and in the home screen it will detect automatically. Now cool, if click on login, let me see, user is null. Okay, let me click on here. Let me refresh this one. So let me sign in with mail and password. Yeah, email and password. Incorrect password. Okay, we got the error, incorrect password. Bharat Singh TM @gmail.com, and we can put one here, and password we have entered. We can try now. Okay, so I think it is incorrect password still, because we are not able to see anything. Okay, let me. Okay, so this is creating issue again and again. Let me go to the documentation first and check the users list. So we can see we have all the users here, but you can notice one thing, like all the users are getting the lowercase email. So this might be the issue. We were using like the uppercase. So let's go back to the here, and in the email we can set to the lowercase. Okay, and in the sign up also we can set to the lowercase. So all the time email is going to be the lowercase. Okay, cool. Now we can go back to the here, click login, we can see the this email, and we can paste it here. Now in the password, we have just uncommented this. Let's enable this, save. Okay, now let me click on the login. Let's go back to here, password incorrect. Okay, and one more thing I found, that we are put the wrong logic here. Like if we click on this, let me show the sign up button. Okay, here, then this login state is set to true. So we are checking here like the false condition, like the if it is true, then it will convert to the false and it will not hit this login button, it will hit the sign up button. Okay, so what is happening here, we have to set it to the, if login is true, then click this one, right? So yeah, so it's cool now. I think it should work. One more thing we can do is we can trim the password. If there is any extra space in the sign up and in the login, we can remove that one as well. Set trim. Okay, let me refresh this. Cool. Okay, go back to the profile. Now I have already signed in. Let me put this email ID, email.com here. If we log in, you can see we are logged in now successfully. You can see user is signed in. It means it is printing this this console. So we are logged in, we can see now home profile, we can see. If we click log out, this screen will come, login again. Okay, cool. So this authentication is working properly. Like we have the login, we have the logout, we have the sign up. Okay, so one more thing we can do is we can create a separate what we can say, yeah, we can create a separate file for this logic, because this is we are using in the profile screen and we are using in same, it is in the home screen. So for this scenario, we can create a separate screen, separate file, common file, we can say, like in the utility folders, or we can say in the services, or in the we can create new folder like utility. But for now the video is already long, so I'm not using in creating the common file in this video. So let's end this video now. In the next upcoming video, whenever we are going to rectify our code or optimize the code, then we'll be doing these things. In the next video, we'll be going to watch the most probably the chat screen. Okay, so yeah, if you like the video, please like the video and subscribe the channel. Thank you. All right, so in this video we are going to learn the chat screen implementation, like how to create the chat screen. Okay, so let's start. Go to the chat screen. We already have this screen, so let me focus on this screen. So for that we can do one thing for now. Okay, we can do one thing, we can cut it from here, paste it here, or we can also provide the initial route name. So let me do one thing professionally. So I just want the initial route name. So initial route name, I can suggest this one, chat. Okay, so very first screen would be this chat screen. Let me rerun this. So now you can see the chat screen is visible here. Okay, because the initial route name I have set it here, chat. Okay, for now just, and the later on we'll be reverting back to the tab. Okay, so let's go to the chat screen, and here what we are going to do, we are going to implement the chat screen with this some dummy data for now, and then in the upcoming videos we'll be making it dynamic. So let's create the dummy chat screen, like we'll be using the flat list first, like inverted flat list. So if there is a message, it will appear here. If there is more messages, as soon as we get the message, it will go like this, here, then here, then here. Okay, so in the upward direction, not in the downward direction. Okay, makes sense. And there is should be one text input to take, type messages, and there is this one send button, similar to the WhatsApp. You all know, aware of WhatsApp, right? Okay, so let's start. Let's take one flat list first, then flat list. Okay, and in the flat list we should have, for example, data. Okay, so in the data we can take one dummy data for now. So let me create one dummy data here. Okay, so let's create this one, const messages. We can create one array. Okay, and this array has one object id, and for now I can take id1, text hello, and sender id we can take 2, and time we can take, for example, 10 a.m., and similarly second object, and similarly third object. Cool. So we have these dummy messages. These messages will be getting from the Firebase Firestore, but for now we have, we just want to make the screen first with this dummy data, then we'll be making it dynamic. Okay, fair enough. So let's go back here, put messages. Now this requires one more prop, which is render item, and we can provide the key extractor for the uniqueness, like item id. We'll be getting this id. Okay, item id and the render item. And this prop, in this prop we can pass the one component, and in the one component we can define the component here, const render item. Okay, and for now it will return a hi for all these screens, or we can say item dot text. Okay, now we can define the type any for now, not here, outside item dot any, and inside this render item we can pass directly this render item component, which is this method. Okay, cool. So here all the text like listing is there. So we'll fix this, like this UI issue, because it is cutting up here. But for now let's move ahead and create the bottom text input, one button. In the text input would be the left side, and the button, like send button, would be the right side. So these two items will be taking inside one view, and we'll be putting these two in the flex direction row horizontally. Okay, cool. So let's create one view. Inside the view we'll be taking one text input, and second one will be taking one button. So we'll not going to import the button component, we'll be making it using touchable offset and text. Okay, cool. Send. need to import this touchable opacity, need to import this text input. Okay, okay. Now what we can do is we can make this styling what we are getting. Okay, let me refresh it once. Okay, there is one issue I think in the importing component. Let me check. Okay, so I think we have imported the text input from the wrong path. Text input would be from the React Native component. Let me refresh it, reload. Cool. So let's create the view styling first. Style, we'll be taking the flex direction row in order to make this button and the text input in the horizontally row. Okay, and align item center we can take, and like directly we are not taking this align item center and justify content center. We will taking padding, select direction, background color. Okay, okay. So for now I'm removing this thing, these two things. Okay, and I can take the background color similar to white. Cool. Now in the text input, let's make some style, and inside the text input we'll be making it flex 1, and we can take border width 1, border radius we can take 20 for now, and border color we can take this for now, or we can take DDD for now. Okay, cool. So you can see we are able to see something here on the screen. Let me close this one. Okay, now one more thing we can take is, okay, so one more thing we can take it, padding vertical we can take 8, and padding horizontal we can take 15. Cool. Now let's create styling for this send button. In the touchable opacity we can do the styling. Okay, so we can take the background color, and we can take the padding, we can take the border radius. Okay, so let's take the background color, this one, padding. Okay, and border radius you can see, background color, border radius, this radius. Okay, padding like this space from this text to the outer layer, margin left, this is the left margin, justify content center like horizontally, or we can say vertically center, and the align items like horizontally center. Okay, so this text is horizontally center and vertically center using these two things. Okay, and margin 10, like this whole background is like having green color somewhat, and this is the margin 10, this is the outer margin 10, this is the margin 10, and this is the margin 10. Padding is like from the text to the this layer only, this green layer till this is the padding. Okay, radius is like curved, this is the curved. If I remove this radius, this will be like square something. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me remove this justify content center. So what will happen, like the vertically it will not be center. Okay, and if I remove this, horizontally it will not on the center. So like for now we have given the padding, so it is not going left or right or top or bottom. If I remove the padding, then it will go like up. Okay, so we need to give the padding as well. And if we give the padding, if the padding is more, then this text might be like left or right, so we need to be careful, and we can put the justify content center and align item center. Cool. Okay, so this is fine. Now let me go to the text style. In the styling we can give the text color white and font weight something 600, and font size we can give 16. Okay, cool. Now if I remove the font weight, so what would happen, like this is the simple text. If I remove the font size as well, it will be small one. Okay, now add those things. Okay, now go back to the, what we can say is text input. In the text input we have to put one value, and inside the value we can provide the input. Simple input, we need to create one input here. We can remove this react, and we can import it from the react here itself, this one. Save, and on change text, like whenever we type something, we need to set input. Like this will provide one callback. In the callback we have one argument which is text, and this text would be the directly set to the set input. So if we enlarge this, like explain what is it is doing, so let me remove this. So we get a callback here, callback function, arrow function we can basically. Now we'll call this set item, set input, and we will set the text. All the time user type any one character, and we'll get the character from here, and we'll be getting this character from here. So this thing can be written as simple this one, set input. So text is directly going to update the set input, all the characters one by one. Okay, cool. So save. Now we can give one placeholder as well. So for now let me put this in one line so that you can see this simply. Okay, okay, cool. Let me format these ones. Now you can see all the things in one line. Let me cut this. Okay, 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 okay. Now we can give the one placeholder, and inside the placeholder we can write the type a message. Okay, so we have a placeholder type a message, and when we click on this, there should be one keyboard. We can check like test, and we can send here. Okay, cool. So in this send we need to pass one on press method, and we can create one send message. Method here, and we can create this method here, const send message. Okay, for now we are not doing anything, just create it. Yeah, okay, cool. So we can actually console the data, or let me console the input, so you can check what we are getting all the time. Okay, so let me check the console. So can, if you are not able to open this keyboard, so there might be one issue from this, like if you click on this simulator, you will get one option on the top menu, input output. There will be lots of, you know, tabs like simulator, file, edit, device, input output. If you click on the input output, you will get this keyboard option here, and you can click on the toggle software, so it will go off. Again you can click on the same, it will open the toggle, like this keyboard will be pop up. So you can click, and you can, if you click on this, we get this GHI. If you put one more character, if I click on it, you will get one again this character. So whatever the character here it is, it will be updating this set input. Okay, here the set input. So after hitting enter, we need to clear the text input, so we can clear this using set input empty string. Okay, so let me clear this, let me send this. Now you can see we have nothing here. We put again, you can see, so this is working fine. Cool. Now come back to the flat list part. So we need to update this flat list styling now. So for this, okay, so for this we can do one thing. Let's create render item first. So let's go to the here and remove this. Okay, now let's do this way and put one view, and inside this view we will be having like one text. Let's wait what we are doing, you will get the idea in few seconds. In the text we'll be putting this item.text. Cool. And now let's do the styling for this view. Okay, let me reject this one now. Okay, let me, okay, cool. Let's start with the background color. Background color, we can put for now D C F8 C6. Okay, okay, now let me put it here. This is styling. Okay, let me format this one again. Now we can do the padding 10. Okay, so padding we have given. Okay, now we can give the border radius 10. Okay, cool. Margin vertical and margin horizontal. Margin vertical we can give the 5. Cool. And margin horizontal we can give the 10. Cool enough. So we can see we have all the lists this way. Okay, hello, hi there, how are you? 3 items we have here in the dummy data, right? Cool. So now what we can do is we can okay, we can give the shadow for now for the beauty. So we can give the shadow color black for the iOS. For the iOS, we need to give the shadow offset, and here we are going to give the 0 and 1, and shadow opacity is 0.3, or we can give the 0.3. Okay, it's fine. And shadow radius we need to give for the iOS, so shadow radius we can give the 2. And for the Android, we need to do one thing only, elevation. So we put the elevation 1, because you can see there is some kind of shadow here in the iOS, and the Android, the shadow will be given by this Android. Okay, and this part is for the iOS, this part. Okay, cool. So yeah, it's a weird thing, like for the iOS we need to do these many steps, and for the Android we have only one steps. But yeah, how it is, it is. Okay, so now let's yeah, so let's do one more thing. We can put the timing here, like at what time we get the message. So we can put the text below, and we can put the items of time, and here in the style we can give the font size of the time, and color we can give, and margin top we can give this way. And yeah, now the critical part here it is, we have to decide one thing. We need the attention here, like if we send the message, then the message should be on the right side here at the bottom. If we get the message, then the message should be here in the left side. Okay, and if the message in the left side, like from the another sender, like from the another user, then this message should go till this point, this kind of, like not fully covered, like the horizontal width would be like the 70%, we can say, like the 70% or 80%, not to be fully covered. And if the message is from me, like on the right side, then this right side message should go till the length of like 75% of the width. This some space would be empty, right? The WhatsApp, similar kind of thing we are thinking. So we have to give the max width of the 70%, right, here in the view. Okay, that's cool thing. So we can give the max width, we can give the 70%, or we can say the 75%. Cool. So here so this is the left side, so it will cover only this. If this is right side, then it will cover from this one. So let me show you the right side ones. So if we do the align self means it will align himself, like it will align itself, not the inside the text, it will align itself only if we provide the align self. So align self, we can give the, for now we can give the flex end. So you can see it is looking this way. If I increase the data, so it will go to the only 75%, like this way. Okay, it will not go beyond the 75. So it's looking good, right? Okay, let's move this. So this is right side. Now we need to provide some sort of condition here, like if the message is from me, like from the current user, then this align self would be the flex end, otherwise it would be the flex start. So for that we can provide one condition here, const is me, and for that we can check item, and in the item we have like sender id, right? So if the sender id is we can say the, let me reject this. If the sender id is 1, so it means the 1 is from me, and this sender id is 2, so it means it is from the another user. And this is the hard coded value for now, but it would be the dynamic one. So let me create the dynamic value here. Okay, so what can I do here is, I can give the current user ID, current user ID, and this current user ID we need to define here const current user ID 1. So simulating current user ID. So this is the dynamic, this would be the dynamic value. For now I'm putting it hard-coded 1. Okay. Okay, let's save this one and let's put this condition here in the if is me then flex end, otherwise flex start. So you can check hi there is for is me, and these two things are from the sender ID 2, sender ID 2, sender ID 2. Okay, so I think it is making sense for all you guys. Okay, if you have any like problem or anything which is not going to work for you, you can ask in me comment sections. Okay, let's move ahead. Now this color is not looking good like for both the text message. This is from the second person, this is from the current person. So let's move this color conditionally to the somewhat we can say is me. Cool. So now is it making sense? I think let me change this color to somewhat this one, not red. Yeah, it's making sense. So this is the second user, this is the first user. Cool. Now next what we can do is let's do one more thing is let's make this flat list inverted. Why inverted? Because whenever we are going to type something, send something, so it's the text input should be here and all the message should be like from bottom to top. Okay, so we can provide this inverted flag true, and if we provide the inverted flag true, we can also provide the content container style and height as well. And let's move this so you can see if then this flat list data and this text input would go up, and so we need to provide the height here, and we can try it with style and flex 1 as thing. Yeah, if we give the flex 1, so it will cover the entire screen, so it will go down. Why? We have given the flat list inverted. Okay, so this thing working. So for now I think if we're not giving flex 1 here, we can give the height here. So whatever work for you in your screen in your project, you can choose here. I'm choosing height. The height inside the I think style, and if we provide height, so if there is any scrollable content like lots of content, so there should be one there would be one scroll indicator on the right side if the list is vertical horizontal. So we need to hide that scroll vertical horizontal to false, like shows vertical scroll indicator to false. We just put it false. Why? We need to hide that scroll one indicator, so it will not look weird, right? Okay, it makes sense now. Okay, so now we can do one more thing is we have given the padding. Okay, if you give it the height of to 100%, Now it will go down. So we need to take the safe area view here, safe area view from the safe area React Native safe area context, not from the React Native. Make sure it is from the React Native safe area context. Okay, and we can give it. Okay, now let's do some padding here, 10, or we can do 20. Why it is not coming up? Let's give the vertical padding to 30 somewhat. Okay, and let's give it like 99%, 98% we can say, 97%, 90%. Okay, what? Okay, 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 let me rerun it. So what we can say is, if I get 100%, it will go down. So we need to give it like 95%. Okay, and margin we can give horizontally, which is 10. So it will take whole flat list as a margin. So let me think one way. Yeah, now I think it is looking good, but somehow I want it up. So this, in the text input we can provide the styling. Okay, so here in the view we can provide the margin horizontal, and we can provide the 10 and border. Okay, why this border radius and all? Yeah, so I don't want these things. Let me remove this one. Okay, now it's looking good. We have provided the margin horizontal in the this view part. Okay, and we have given the height in the flat list so that it takes the 95%, and we have taken background color safe area view. I think it is making sense now. Now do some logical part, basic logical part. At least if we click on this send, there should be the addition of the message in the array. So we will get the message here. So for that we need to make this message inside the state so that we can update the data. Let's make one state here, const messages, set messages. Okay, so we have these types of messages like 1 2 3 5 messages, and okay, let me rerun these ones. Okay, so you can see we have so many messages here. Now what we can do is we can do some logic here. Okay, so for the logic what we can do is we can let me check. Let me first format this. So where we can set the logic in the send message. First we need to check if user types some space here, for example space 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 and enter, then we should return some null. So for that we can check if input, and after removing the space there is empty string, so we just return the method. We will do nothing, prevent sending empty message. Okay, this is the one condition. Let me do another thing. So let me create one const new message, what message we are getting, if so we need to increase the id, like this one 2 3 4 5. So here the length is like 1 2 3 4 and 5. The length of the this message array is 5, so we'll get the length. Okay, we'll get the length, and we'll add in that length one. So I hope it is making sense. Like we are getting the length like 5 and we are increasing the length by 1 like 6. So next id will be like 6. Okay, so for the next message the id will be 6, and we are converting it to the string so that we get the string this way. This is the string, right? Okay, now we need to send the sender id. So for now I am sending the message, so the sender id would be the current id, which is 1. For in this case, like this one, you can see the current id here. Current id it is 1. Let me put some spaces here. This is 1, so current id would be sender id would be the current id. Okay, and the text message will be the input message. So this message I'm typed here, so which is inside this input. So this is the same thing. In the time we can set the new. So this is the method, javascript method, like date dot to local time string, and this will give the time string, and in the hour and in the minute, this is the format we can pass inside this to local time string. So this will give the date object if we return this thing only. One second, yeah. So this will give the date object. Now if we call this method like to local time string, and we pass the empty array here, and we give the format like 2 digit, and in the minute and in the hour 2 digit. So it will save that one. Yeah, okay. Now we need to set message, like this message we need to update. So this message we need to update. So we are just going to set. So if we are setting this message, what we need to do is we have to get the message first. So this is the wrong way, I think. Let me write this one. Set messages. Now inside we'll get the previous data. Okay, so we'll get the previous data, and after that we have the previous data, like the whole data, this one. Okay, now let me return the new array. So one more point here is to remember, like let me reject this one. So we have the previous array. So where we want to add this new message, we want to add it in the back side of this array, like in the last, or into the first side of, like in the first index of this array, like before this previous. So actually this prev is the whole array, like this one, the current messages array. So if we add message before this prev, so it will add in the starting. If we add here like after prev, so it will add in the end. So where we want to add it, we want to add it in the, not in the last one like in the previous one, because the array, this flat list is inverted. So the very first item will be present at the bottom first. So we want the message at the very first in the array, so that it will visible here in this way, because the flat list is inverted. Okay, so let's add this new message, this new message object in the like at the very first index of this array. Now it is making sense, I hope. Now let's clear this, let set input to empty string. Okay, let's save this, let's test this, like type test. So you can see we have the test, and it is 1:05 a.m. this time I'm making this video. If type something weird here this way, and yeah, so it will come here. Yeah, one more thing, like if I click on this, the text input is getting hide. So for that we can use the keyboard avoiding view. There is one React Native core component, so we can use that one here. Instead of safe area view, we will be using the keyboard avoiding view from the React Native. All right, so let's put this one, and in the styling we can provide this background color ff. Okay, now one more thing we can provide is, yeah, let me call this it here as well and close this one. We need to wrap whole project inside this whole file, whole JSX inside this keyboard avoiding view, in order to up the text input. Like whenever keyboard is open, this text input go above the text input, go above the keyboard. Okay, so one more thing we need to put here is behavior. So behavior would be like, if this is the iOS, then we need to check platform.os.ios. If the app is open in the iOS, like platform.os is equal to iOS, and this platform we will be getting from this React Native. And if it is iOS, we'll be giving some padding. Otherwise, if it is Android, we'll be leaving it undefined. Okay, let's save this, and let's give, now we need to, I think, give flex here. Okay, and let's me refresh this. Okay, now if I click on this, you can see the text input is above the keyboard. Now we can type anything here. Let me type all the things here. Now let's check the text is going where. You can see the text is max 75%, otherwise it will go down. Okay, so it's making sense now. Okay, I think there is some distortion in the styling. We need to give some more, I think, padding in the margin horizontal. In this view we have 10, so we can give the horizontal margin vertical as well. So let's remove this horizontal. It will provide the overall margin. So you can see we have the margin. Now it's looking good. Okay, if we give some spaces and put enter, it will do nothing. Okay, because we have already provided the condition, this one. Okay, so it's looking good, I think, yeah, because we have the input box, we have the send button, we have the messages, we have the like another user message, we have the like current user message. Now just need one more thing, is we need to like make it dynamic. Like this data we should get from the some APIs, or from the web. We can use the web socket, we can use the Firebase Firestore. For the real-time data updates, we are going to use the Firestore. In this second or third video of this playlist, we have already installed the Firebase app, Firebase Store. Now in the next upcoming video, we are going to implement that Firestore, and we are going to remove this dummy data, and we'll be using that Firestore data. So this video is very critical and crucial, and the upcoming video will be also very critical and crucial, in order to understand this main core idea of the chat application. So I think that's it for this video, and if you like the video, please subscribe the channel and like the video. Thanks for the watching. Bye bye. All right, so in this video we are going to learn the Firestore completely, and with using Firestore we are going to make this chat screen dynamic. And we have already completed the Firebase and Firestore setup in the, I guess, third video of this playlist. So you can go and watch that if you haven't yet, and I'll put the link below in the description as well. So let's start. So let's go to the Firestore dock here in the cloud store, and we have already done this setup in the third video I already told you. So we are going to directly use the methods of the Firestore. And one more thing, like this Firebase app setup we have done. So let's add this Firestore in the package file. This one was missing in that video, so I am going to add this now. Okay, let me open the terminal, paste it. Cool. And let's rerun it. Okay, let me install the pod as well. Pod install. And after the pod install, we need to rerun the app from the Xcode and from for the iOS and for the Android as well if you are running. So now it's time to run both Android and iOS project, like Android and iOS app. So let me rerun the iOS app first, clean the app first, and after the clean successful, we'll rerun the project. Meanwhile, we can do other things. It is being rerun. Meanwhile, we can check the doc here for the Firestore. Yeah, so before this Firestore, there is lot of setup for the Firebase app. We already, have done this in the third video of this playlist. So go and watch. Link is in the description below. Okay. So let's copy this. And yeah, one more thing, we need to create the database in the Firebase console. Open the Firebase console, go to the build. Here is the Firebase database. So we need to set up, like initiate this one, create database. Okay, here let's wait for a second. Standard edition. Next. Okay, location we can choose. So database ID you can choose default. So for the location, let me wait. Why we are not getting any suggestion? Let me refresh this. 1 second. Create database, standard edition. Next. Yeah, now we are getting this. So next, and start in production mode. So for now we are going to start in test mode. Okay, create. Okay, let's wait. It's setting up the database and security rules for the database. Once it is set, you will be able to see this kind of screen. Okay, so here we can create the collection, create the doc. So you can assume this way, like collection is the DB name and the doc is the table, so row values. Okay, so if you have an idea about this table database, so let's assume this way. We have some like table structure, like data table, which we can say like collection, and inside these all the values will be filling as a doc. Okay, and we can create the more whatever collection, how many collections we want, and we can create the sub collections as well, like collection inside collections. Okay, so yeah, let's go back to the VS Code, and here we can go back to the let me wait. Yeah, here in the doc, let me copy this one so that I can show you few things. Yeah, or one thing I can show you here is, let me create one basic collection name. We can say users for the testing purpose, and we can set the document ID. We can leave it to auto generate. Okay, and we can set the field name, and we can set it as here Bharat. Save. So you can see the structure, like how it is visible. So this is user, and this is users. You can set ID table, and this is the key values. You can assume it like row values. This is the column, this is the row value of that. So in the Firestore it works this way, like collection, document, and data. So this is the this for this particular ID we have this data. So we can get these users using this method. So let me copy this one here. We can use this one, and we need to import this Firestore. We can import this, and we can print the user collection. Save. Let me check the app is running or not. Yeah, let's wait. App is almost complete. So let's wait for a few more seconds. It's almost completed its build. Cool. So app is running now. You can see successfully. Okay. Now let me go back to the doc here, and here you can see, like, we can read the doc this way, read the data. Here we can use the get method. We need to pass the collection, and we can call the get. So we'll get the array of all the docs, right? Otherwise, if you want specific doc data, so we can pass the doc ID as well. So for now, let's test this one. Let's copy this. This is the await, so it will return a promise. So for that, we can use another method, async method, and we'll be using await, because directly we can't use await, right? So, or another way is like we can use the dot then or dot catch in order to handle the promises. So let's try this one. Copy and remove this one, and yeah, paste here. Let me remove this one now. Dot then, we can use dot then, and we will get the data here. And let me remove this from here to put here. We'll be printing this data now, and let me set the correct user's name, because let me show you this one. This is the user, right? This is the users. So this is this case sensitive. So I have put here like users. Now let me save. Okay, we can see we have the data here, and user collection. Yeah, now in the doc we have this one array, and which is, you can see this name Bharat. So this is coming from this name and Bharat. Okay, cool. So let me show you one more thing here. We have the metadata as well for this doc, and we should probably see the ID somewhere. If we can get ID or not, let me show to you. Or one more thing we can do, we can directly use this ID, and after copying this, we can go back to here, and before this get, we can use doc, and inside the doc we can pass that document ID, and now we'll be getting that this unique doc only, not all the docs. Okay, so let me show you the code here. Here you can see we got the data, which is this doc, the name and Bharat only. We have gotten an array. Okay, so what we can say in the metadata, you can see we have some metadata, 0 and false. Okay, so here we will not get getting array, because we have passed the ID, doc ID. So we'll get the single data. You can see. Let me show you where it is. Yeah, here. So this is the single data. If we don't pass the document ID, it will return all the docs. So then in above case, we were getting the array. You can see, right? This docs array. Okay. So this docs array, and it has only one item like this one, a name and field like this doc only. Okay. So if we want to get the users collection data, then we'll get an array of docs, like all the docs. We can create the docs here, and docs means document. Okay. And if we pass the specific document ID, then we'll get these field only, like object only. We can add the field here as well. Okay. So now we are getting the data, so it's making sense, like we can get the data from the Firestore. So it's all set up correctly. We are getting the data. Now it's time to move this data to the Firebase. So let's create one method, send message. Like whenever user will send the message, we have to add the ID, text, sender ID, and time. Okay, cool. So one more thing I wanted to tell you here is, like this sender ID. Okay, so this sender ID and this document ID. So this is the very core logic, like how to make this ID in order to maintain the uniqueness of two users chatting together. Okay, let me explain one more time. So it's easy to send this data to the Firestore. We just can copy this one and we can set using this method. Like we have the so many write methods, like not so many. Let me show you this one. We can set the data using this set method. Okay, so we can do that easily, not an issue. But the thing is, we have to maintain the uh, uniqueness, or we can say the chat room for the, if there is two-person want to chat each other, then there should be a unique room for them, right? So like any third person can't see their message, and any third person can't interfere into that room. You're getting my point? So for that, one more thing we have to do is, we need to create a unique chat ID for, we can say, all the chats. So we are going to create a chat collection. Let me show you here. We are going to create a chat collection, and inside this chat collection we will be creating one chat ID, like not auto generated ID. We will be creating the chat ID, and this chat ID will be combination of the two users which are going to chat each other. Okay, so we'll be using that chat ID here. And how many users comes here, like one, two users, another two users, another two users. So many documents will be there. And the one more thing, like the all the messages for two different users, we can store in the sub collection. We'll create one more sub collection, messages. Will be giving name messages, and inside these messages we'll be storing the all the messages or all the chats for these two users, and for these two users, and for these two users. Like these are the documents, and these documents will be based on the user IDs, which is like if two persons are chatting to each other, then there should be two user IDs, and the user ID will be getting from the auth library of the Firebase. Okay, we can use the UID, that will be the unique one. So if you are not getting this scenario, don't worry, let's go one by one. We'll be covering all the things. You will get all the idea once we are done with the code. Then you will be able to understand, and you will be able to visualize what I'm telling right now. So here, let me create one thing first. Let me create a method for generating chat ID, which is going to be unique and combination of two users ID, right? And then we'll create a one method, send message, and there we'll be writing the send message code. Okay, fine. So let me create the first method, generate chat id, generate chat id. Okay, now it will take two things, uid 1 comma uid 2. These are the two unique id of the users. Okay, and it is going to return the string format of the, we can say this one, uid 1 underscore uid 2. Okay, and let me make it dynamic so that it takes the value, this one. And it might be the case like if I am the current user, then I'll be sending the uid 1, and for the second user I'll be sending uid 2. But for the another user, it might be swap the values. So the chat id would be like, uid 2 hyphen uid 1, and for the another user it would be like uid 1 and hyphen uid 2. Are you getting my point? I'm saying like for the current user, let me show you. If I am the current user, so for me uid 1 will be this part and uid 2 will be this part. But for this user, the second user, this uid 1 will be this part and uid 2 will be this part. You are getting my point? So we have to make sure that like the chat id should be unique, must be unique. So it should not be look like this, like uid 1 hyphen uid 2, and for the second user uid 2 hyphen uid 1. So it will create different chats room. So for that we can do one more thing here. This is what I'm going to write here is like, so all the time we need to compare the things, if which id is greater. So uid 1 is greater than uid 2, then only do this thing. Otherwise do this thing here, like 2 and 1. So it will ensure all the times, like if we swap the value of the uid 1 and uid 2, after that only, like not if we not swap the values, if I am the current user, then it is going to return like the same value, and after swiping these values, even after we'll be getting the same condition. Why? We are checking the condition like uid 1 is greater than uid 2. It will compare the values. So which values is smaller, like if it is smaller or it is smaller, then it will return this one. If it is smaller, then it will return this one. So all the times, like the smaller value will be like smaller value. Like if uid 1 is smaller, then all the time uid 1 will be the smaller, right? So we'll get the unique values, unique chat id. So I think it making sense and you got the point. If you did not get this point, you can ask in the comment section. Okay, so this is cool. We have the give the type of this string. Let's make this type as well string. Okay, save it. Now create one more method, where what will do is, that method will also going to do this one, like send message. But this will not add in the state, this will add in the Firestore, right? So let me create the send message, or we can give the different name like const send message Firestore. Okay, okay, now what we are going to do is we are going to copy the method of the adding the data, so we can copy this one. Okay, now paste it here. Here we are going to make one new new collection. The name is chat. Okay, now we are going to pass the chat id, and the chat id will be getting from where? From here we can get the const chat is equal to generate chat id. We can pass the current user id dot uid. Okay, not this one, this uid, and receiver id like the second user. So wait a second, I'm going to tell you where this id will be getting from. So receiver id, so these two id currently we don't have, but yeah, we'll be getting these two values as well later on. Wait for a second, bear with me. Let's fix this one. Chat id, we set the chat id. Remember, we need to set these two things as well. Now in the set method we need to pass the message. Before that we have to create one more thing, which is we can say the collection. Again, sub collection, we can say the sub collection. This is the sub collection. Here we can pass the name is like messages. Okay, now we'll be getting all the docs for this collection, not docs doc, yeah. And we are going to set the message, and for the setting the message we have the text. So let me copy this text. We have the sender id, so we can set the sender id and the time and the time. These three things we can set. So here we can set the created at, we can say the created at. Okay, let me put the comma here. Cool. Okay. Yeah, so I hope we should test this first as well, then we can go to make it dynamic, like this thing dynamic, this thing dynamic. Okay, okay, okay. So let me save this, and for this chat id actually it will throw error, the chat id. So this current user id and the receiver id we need to get first. So it will be getting this current user id from the auth session, or we can say this one, this home. Where is the home screen? Here we are getting this users data. Here user.uid will be getting the current user id. So for that we can use this method. Okay, so we can copy this thing and we can come back to the chat screen. We can paste it here, import this use effect. Okay, import this one, import this one. Now we can set the user, and from the user.uid we'll be getting this current user id. So we can't pass it directly here, we need to pass it here, otherwise it will create problem. Now we can get this user dot uid, and we can set the type of this like any for now, so we'll not get the error here. Okay, and the receiver id, what we can do for it? So for the receiver id, this we are going to get the id from the contact list screen, and the contact list screen, basically like in this contact list screen we'll be getting the all the users, all the your friends list or all the users list, and if you click any of them, then we'll be getting the id, user id from the prop to this chat screen, right? So this receiver id will be getting from that. I think you are getting my point. So if you are not getting this point, let me show you for now. Let me receiver id put this. We'll be getting this from the prop. So what can I do here is I can do one thing. I think you are aware of the route. So let me, yeah, so here I can const receiver id is equal to route dot params dot this receiver id. If it is not there, we can set it to like 2 like here we have the second user id 2, so for now I'm setting 2, but yeah, whenever we are adding the main screen and we are going from the list screen to chat screen, then we'll be getting this id. Okay, so we are setting by default id 2, and we'll be getting this id from the receiver id. Okay, now here we go back to this receiver id and this uid. Now yeah, we should not get any error, so it's fine. Okay, let me console this chat id first, so I can show you what chat id we are getting, and then we'll be getting this data if it is added, and we need to pass this method here in the send message. Okay, save. Let me show you the console. If I click on this send button, okay, let me show. If I click on this send button, so it is saying this is the chat id. Okay, ignore these warnings for now, and this is the user added. The user is added. Now let me check if user is added or not. So if I refresh this doc, it should show the user, and yeah, so you can see the chat. Okay, so as you are seeing, we have chat, we have this document, and this document is from like chat id we have created, and this chat id has this message sub collection, and if you click on the message sub collection, you can see the new auto generated doc, and it has the data we have set it. So we have set this data. Let me show you this data, so you can see we have this data like created at sender id and text. Okay, so it is working, save method is working fine. Cool. Now let me make it more dynamic. Okay, so for that what we can do, we can set the text dynamic, remove this one. We are going step by step so that it is easy to understand. So here we can see the messages. So for the messages we can copy this input, and we can paste it here. Good. For the sender ID, it should be the the current user ID. Are you getting my point? So for that we should have user dot uid. Okay, and for the creator ad, we can say like Firestore to get the field value dot server timestamp, and we can call it, so it will get the current timestamp. Okay, let me save it now. Okay, and after the saving it, now again let me clear this. Let me click on this send user added. Okay, good. Now let me go back to here. Let me refresh this one. I'm showing this all the time so that I can make you understand and I can make you visualize the things. So you can see we have the sender ID. We haven't set the text anything, so it is we can say it is set like empty string. And the created ad, you can see we have the 18th Feb 2027 at this time. Okay, this is good. Now go back to here. Let me test one more time. Now this time let me set the test 1 2 3. Let me click on the send button, and you can see we have the data test 1 2 3, this sender ID, and this is the timestamp. And yeah, I think I have clicked 2 times, so it is there. Okay, now so now we can do one more thing here. We can do if this condition, like if there is nothing in the input field, so we can return it directly, so that we are not going to we can say repeat the value in the server, and at the last we are setting this in the if user is added, we are setting this. Cool. Okay, so I hope it is making sense to you. Let me refresh this. So if user has nothing to in the input field, then it will return directly, it will not call these APIs. And if the user is added, I'm setting this empty, so that if user hits on this send button again, it will not do anything. So let me check this one, XYZ. Okay, and let me open it, and let me open this. If I click on this send button, you can see it is empty now. And if I again click, it will not happening nothing. It is happening nothing here, happening nothing, because not adding any new value. So you can see we have the sorry, this one, where it is, yeah, this XYZ. But after that there is nothing adding here. Okay, so if I do like this one, if I click on the, you can count the number 1 2 3 4 5, right? If I click on this send, the new number is added, this one. Okay, if I again click this send, nothing is happening. So it's making sense now. Okay, we can move ahead one more bit. So let's make one few more steps to make it more dynamic. Okay, so okay, let me now get this data dynamically, not the static one. So I'm able to set the data dynamically, so we need to get the data dynamically as well here. So for that, let me go to the doc. Let me show you how to get the real updates data, because we are not going to get the data at once. We are going to get the data at the we can say on the real time. Whenever a user send the message, the second user would be getting the message at the current time, okay, on the real time. So for that we have the query snapshot. So in the query snapshots, or we can say the real time changes, we are going to use the collection dot on snapshot, document snapshot will be getting the data on the real time. So for this we have to do one thing. Let me check. Okay. So I can show you this one, how to do that. Yeah, let me copy this one. Okay. And okay, let me copy this use effect, go back to here, and we can put above the send message here this use effect, and this user id we need to pass here the chat id. And how I'm going to get the chat id? I'm going to get the chat id from this. So let me paste it here. Okay, but one more thing to remember is that this users this users data is like asynchronous, so this will be getting after like few milliseconds, this user. So we need to pass user here in order to update this user id, because at the very first it might be the case the user has data, and once the user has data we can recall this callback method inside the use effect. So I'm passing this user as a dependency here in the array. If you are not aware about the use effect user dependencies, you can watch the previous React Native use effect videos of this channel. Okay, so actually this use effect is not part of this video. It's mainly on the WhatsApp clone and real-time chats related video. Okay, so moving ahead, I'm going to add here like chats and chat id, and on the snapshot I'll be consoling this data in order to see the things. So let me save this one, let me go back to here, and let me okay, replace this. Now user data, in the user data, let me see, in the user data I'm getting the undefined. Okay, let me check why. So first we can console this thing to check if you are getting the chat id properly or not. Let me cut from here, let me put it here. Okay, yeah, so yeah, I'm getting the chat id. Let me save this one, let me refresh this one. So I think we are getting the chat id after some time. Okay, so here we are getting the two undefined chat id. Now after some time when the user comes, the chat id is fine. So I think that is why I am getting this undefined. Let me format this. Okay, so we have to provide one condition, I like if user dot id is not there, then we are not going to do anything. If it is there, we are going to fetch the data. It's okay. Now inside this doc we have the another collection, like in while making the collection chats and doc, and inside this doc we have the message collection, so we have to get in this order as well. So let me paste this. Now we have this collection, and inside this collection we can get this data. Not directly, we have to get it in a way, we can say the let me show you first the data first, then we modify this snapshot. Let me save it. We go back here. Now you can see the user collections. Oh, not user collection, what it is, user data. Okay, where it is, this user data. Let me refresh it. Okay, where is this user data? Okay, this is not id, this is uid, that's why it is not being called, my bad. Now we get the user data. So inside this user data we have array of 6. You can see inside the docs we have the data, this one. Okay, so now we are getting the data, and for this we can loop this document in snapshot and we can get the data. Okay, so let's move one point ahead, and let's move. And in order to move we have to, okay, we have to loop it. So we can loop it query, what the name is document snapshot, sorry, document snapshot dot for each. Like we are going to get the data, and inside this we are going to get doc, and inside the doc we can do things like here we can take one const temp array. Now in this array we can push the value, one second, all the values we are getting for this chat id. Okay, and what we are going to push, we are going to push an object, this one, id, text, sender id and time, right? So here we can set the id as doc id, and for the rest data we can simply use this separator, or and we can use doc dot data here. So here if we print this, let me show you, if we print this here in the first value, if we have the first value, okay, let me cut this. Okay, so how can I show you so that you are able to understand this, what it is happening here? So let me first comment it out for a moment, and let me show you this for now. So here you can see, like we are, okay, not directly, we have to put the docs, and inside the docs we will be getting the first array data, and this is the first item, and inside this we can use the data method. Okay, so you can see we have got the data. So if we call the data method on the very first item, you will get the complete data like this one. Okay, so that's why I am putting this doc dot data in order to get the whole data, but here there is no id. Okay, so this id we need to get separately. Okay, so this id we are going to get separately, like this doc id. Otherwise the data we are simply adding in this, you know, item as object. Okay, let me open this. Now I think you are able to understand this. Let me remove the console, let me save this, and before saving this, one more thing we need to do is, after pushing all the values, here at the last we need to set the messages. Here in the set message, let me remove this one to the empty array, and set messages. I can set the temp array. Okay, and what it is showing. Okay, we need to define the type. We'll do it later. Save. Now you can see this is the printing all the messages. And why it is printing in the second side as the second user? Because the id is not matching with the current id. So this id we can put here where we have set the current id. Okay, let me check. Yeah, this current id here. Let me put the current id here. Now you can see we have these 1 2 3 4 5 data, and for this I am doing well. 2, it is in the second side because the id we have set it for this message 2, and for these messages we have the id this one. Okay, so I'm talking about the id, and id is like sender id. So for these messages the sender id is like current id, and for this message the sender id is we have set it as 2. So I can show you here in the console as well. You can see the sender id, and this is the sender id, and for this I am doing well. The sender id is 2. So you can see here it is this side, in the second side. Okay, so now this data is dynamic. This space I need to remove. Let me do one thing. So I'm going to delete this document. Now you can see this is updated by default. I haven't refreshed the app. It is real-time data. It is automatic deleted. Okay, you can see this one. It's good. Cool. So I think we have made it dynamic. Like this data is coming from the Firestore. This data is coming from the Firestore, and we can send data to the Firestore test 1 2 3 4 5 6, anything, and if we send it will come here. Yeah, this is going up. It should come here, I think, right? But it is going up. Yeah, we'll be fixing this as well. Like we need to perform some order by and some queries. So we'll be doing in the upcoming videos. Not an issue. So that's it for this video. In the next video, we'll be covering the home list screen to this chat screen. We'll be covering some more fixes here. Okay, so cool. All right. So in this video, we'll be doing more fixes on the Firestore side. So for now, the order of the messages coming on the screen is not correct. Like if I send the message, for example, FCHAKL, and if I click on the send, let me send it again. So you can see some of the messages going up. So order is not correct. Like the latest one message should come here in like at the last. So for that we can do one thing here. Like in the snapshot, on the snapshot we are getting all the messages. So we can provide the order by. Let me add this order by, and we can provide the created at, and we can provide the tests. Okay, so now what will happen? You can see all the messages not in now in the sequence this way. If I send the test 1, you can see test 1 here, 2 is here, 3 is here, 4 is here, 5 is here. Okay, cool. So now one more thing we can do is we can add the time stamp, or basically time at what time the message was sent, so that we can check the time on the messages as well. Just like in WhatsApp and other chatting apps, you see the time of the messages, right, for all the messages. Okay, so for that we have to do one more change in the okay. So here is the item.text. Let me comment it out. Yeah, so it's same, and I think this is not working because the item.time is not there. So we can do one thing, and that thing we can do is like okay, so we can do this thing this way. We can remove this thing. Now in the item, let me show you what item has what fields. So let me show you that one first. Let me console the temp array. Okay, so this is the shoe. Okay, so here you can see the array has this created at time, like the id, sender id, text, and the created at value. Okay, so we have to get the item dot created at, and to in order to convert the this second and nanoseconds in the correct format, we have to use some to date method, to local timestamp method. We can use that one. Okay, so let's jump to the VS code. Okay, now item dot created at dot to date. So this is the value we can get here. Okay, but this is the object, so we'll get an array because it is object, we have to convert it into the string. Okay, so there is one method to date. We'll check if the method is applicable here or not. If it is, this date is there, then we can do something here, like we will do something, otherwise we'll print the empty string. Okay, so what we'll do item dot created at dot to date dot, sorry, this is the method, we need to call it to date to in order to get the date dot to locale time string. Now we can pass the an empty array and one object in which format we want to get the data, r 2-digit, minute, 2-digit. Okay, so it will convert the time into the time stamp into the perfect time. So let me save this, and we are not getting any data, so we can console what we are getting here. In order to console the data, we have to put the this code here, and or basically we can say this code totally here, save. Let's okay, so we are getting the undefined. Why? Let me check. So I think okay, so this is the typo error, this is not the correct spelling. So yeah, now I think it should work. Let's remove this, and let's go here and do this one. Okay, So now you can see we got the date at what time I have sent the message, and we are not getting the date for this one because this is not the correct format of the date. You can see in the uh, this one, like all the dates are in this format created at the object of the date, but this is the string format. Like we have already like at the very first we have manually entered this entry in order to check this one. Bear with me, wait for few more minutes, then we'll be doing this another user by dynamic values. Okay, will be coming from the home list contact is screen, then this, what we can say, this second user is also working fine. Okay, will be working fine, so bear with me few more minutes. Okay, so this is fine now. Let's format this. So order is fine, date is coming now. Let's remove all the TypeScript error first. So okay, so let me define the type of the route. So for now I can set it to any. Okay, and for this user, let me remove this console. User might be the type of any, and this temp array might be the type of any. Let me remove this. Set in the set messages, it will be array of any. Fine. Now where we are getting the error? Okay, so this type is implicitly okay, so let me define the type for this as well. Let me save it. Okay, now for this screen it's fine. We can remove this method. Oh, let me comment this, we can remove later. Okay, now let's go back to the bottom navigation. Now here set the initial route name is tab. Let's refresh this. Okay, now we got the list of the contact list. Now go to the home screen. Let's set this screen dynamic. Okay, let's remove this. Okay, so okay, one second, sorry, let me open the home screen. Let me close it. Now okay, in the flat list we have the contact item. Okay, and let me get the contact item list. One second. Yeah, so here we are getting the ID, email, phone, avatar, name and status. Fine. So I'm thinking, like if I click on this, I have to navigate to the chat list screen, and I have to send the user ID of this currently get below the we can say an arrow David Taylor, right? So for this contact, so okay, so for that what we can do is we have to send the ID in the params. So for now I'm sending the this ID, but later on we'll be filtering out all the contacts with the authentication. For example, we can understand this way: if this first person is logged in any other device, by the Firestore, or we can say Firebase, then this person will be having the user ID, and we can say the UID will be matching the UID with the list. If the UID is matching, email is matching, then we'll be listing down all the contacts. If the email is not matching, like this email from the contact list and the email from the user login, if this user is login in the app and the user is in my contact list, then I'll be showing the name. So that what will happen, the list is from the contact list, and that only that person will be there here which is logged in, so that I can get the UID of that person. And if I get the UID of that person, we can chat with that person, right? So yeah, so this is cool for now. Okay, let's send the ID for now, this ID. Okay, so yeah, in the contact item we have touchable opacity. Let's do one on press. In the on press I have to call on press, and we have to create this method here. On press, now we have to use the navigation, use navigation. Okay, in order to navigate to the specific screen, now we can use the navigation dot navigate, and we can pass the this one. Okay, let me show you this this screen name, chat. Okay, chat. Okay, now let me test for now. If I click on this, you can see we are here in the screen. Okay, if I click on this, we are here in the screen. Why we are getting the same screen again? Because the ID which is set for this person, for the second person, is like 1, or we can say 2 for now. So this is the hard-coded ID for now. If this is like going to be dynamic, then this screen will be changed. We will not getting the same screen for all the users. Okay, cool. So we can send the data here as well, like we can send the UID, or we can say the what we want to get here. One second, where it is, chat screen. Here we want to get the receiver ID, so we can send the receiver ID from this. And for now I can send the what I can send the item. This item I'm getting here, dot id. Okay, save. Now if I'm going to click on this, I'll be getting the empty string because there is no message for now. If I send any message, you can see we got the one message here. Okay, cool. So let me create one back button here. For now I'm backing with the gesture. Okay, and I have to check the email ID for this person, and I'll be logging this email ID in the Android emulator. Let me run the Android first. Android. Okay, meanwhile it is running. We can check the email ID for this person. Okay, how can we check? Yeah, one second. In the home screen we have all the data here. in the temp contact. Okay, so let me console this data. Okay, here. Okay, where is temp contact? One second. Let me search the this one. Okay, so we have the array of 6. For the very first, we have the email this. So let me log in, or we can say sign up with this email. Okay, so that we can get this data what we have sent the message. Okay, so meanwhile, while this Android is app is running, I'm logging out from this, and I'm logging out from this, and I'll be logging with this email ID. Okay, so cool. And actually, we do not need to log out. Why? The Android app is running now. So yeah, and let me tell you one more thing here. While we were setting up the contact uh, React Native contacts library, that time I think in the Android manifest file I had added the read profile this permission, but this was the wrong permission. So the correct permission would be read contacts. So this permission would be the correct permission. If you don't provide the correct permission here, then your Android app will be crashing. So please provide the correct permission. Let me, yeah, so this is the correct permission, and now you can rerun your Android app. And once you rerun your Android app, it should be running perfectly. Yeah, it is running now. Okay, now we can log in this Android app. I can use new email at the gmail.com. This password I can set this way. Bharat, phone number I can do randomly. Sign up. Okay, so this is the new email. Okay, so here we got the contact list, and there is in the Android emulator we have only one contact list. Okay, so okay, one more thing I think we have to do is like dynamic this profile screen. Yeah, we'll do it in some time, but for now focus on this. So in the contact list we have only the this one contact in the Android emulator. In the simulator we have lots of contact. So for that I think we have to create two dummy contact here, or we can say to do two dummy person here, which is already logged in, or that their profile is there in the Firebase Auth, so that we can get the UID or ID. So if we set the two dummy profile here, and that emails will be already in the, you can say, in the Firebase Auth, then we'll be getting the you know UID, and if I click on that, we'll be sending the UID to the chat screen. Now that chat screen we can basically chat with this person. So I'll be adding one profile the for the what we can say for the user which is in this device, and one another profile. Okay, so and one profile will be there for this device. So let me modify this profile screen first so that we can get the current profile in the UI. Okay, okay, let me, okay, what is this, let me log in. Okay, so now I'm logged in. Let me set the current profile here. Go to the profile screen. Here we are getting the user. So once we get the user, we have to set this data. Copy here, user dot email. Now you can get the correct email here. Okay, for the phone number, it should be hard coded because we are not setting the phone number for now. Okay, and for the UID, we can get the UID. So user dot UID. Okay, we can show the UID in place of phone number for now. You can get the UID. Okay, okay, now for the name, okay, so for the name I think we can set the email here. Okay, so here it is the email. Okay, name, an email, and the UID. So these things we are getting here in the profile. Okay, okay, now on the here we are getting this new email at gmail.com. That's fine. Now what we can do, we can go to the Firebase console and we can check what are the UIDs for these emails, and we can set this dummy data in the contact list here. Okay, in order to test the chat properly, so that if I chat here in this device, it will send message here on the real time, and if I send message from this device, it will send back to the here on the real time. So why we are doing this? Because we haven't like proper enough contacts which is available in the contact list and also logged in, so that we are setting the dummy data in order to test. Okay, so I think it makes sense. Let's set up that dummy data. Okay, so first I am setting this email with this ID. Let me copy this UID. So we can console the UID as well here. Okay, let me console the UID for the iOS. I think we have the iOS, and in the iOS we can copy the, okay, why we are not getting this users list? I'm not sure why we are not getting. Let me close this. Let me close this. Let me open again. Temp list. Okay, in the profile screen, why we are not getting this data? Okay, so we have set the filter here. Okay, got it. Now in the users, we have the user, we have the email, we have the UID. So let me copy this UID. Let's go back to the Okay, sorry, here in the home screen. Okay, okay, now in the home screen, let's set for the, here we can set the more ID, email, phone, avatar, name and status. So I can set the status here. So this temp contact is an array, so we can directly push this 2 or 3 profiles here, 2 or 3 persons here. So I'm gonna put 3 persons one by one. So let me put temp contact dot push, and let me create one contact here. So one contact I can create this way. ID I have got this one, and name is Singh, and email is Bharat Singh .com. Okay, status is basically, we can say, online. Okay, avatar we can set to empty string for now, and we don't need to phone as well, so empty string. Yeah, so we can see the one extra field is there. So this way we have to set the 2 more persons. Okay, so let's set that one. So let me quickly log out this one, create new. So I can send the name like second email @gmail.com. Password I can set this way, name, sign up. Okay, now in the terminal you can see this one. Let me copy the UID, main UID we need. Okay, so let's put the second one. Let me put this ID for now. Copy this one, paste here, copy this one, remove this one. Okay, name we can say is second email. Okay, so name is the second email, second email online. Okay, so this is fine. Save. There is some issue. Yeah, here comma missing. Okay, you can see we have Bharat second email. Now let's log out this. We have login, new email @gmail.com, login. Now we can see the new email. So let's set this one as well. Okay, so let me copy the new email UID, copy. Now paste it here. Okay, fine. Let's have a new mail. Let's name it new email. Save. Okay, we have 3 emails which we can chat with. Okay, so in this we have logged in with the new email, and in this we have logged in with the new email. So what we can do in this, we can login with the Bharat Singh gmail.com with the different email. Okay, now we are login. So one more thing we have to do is, if we are login with the email, so we should not see that email which we are logged in with in the list, right? We cannot chat with the ourself, right? So you cannot chat with the yourself, so we have to add one filter. What filter we can add? We have the user here, so user.uid we have to filter out. So here we can add the filter, and inside the filter what we can do, we get the value, and if the value dot id is equal to user dot uid, agar if this is matching, then return all the element. It will return all the element, sorry, it will return only one element. So if it is not matching, one second, yeah, so I just want to return all the elements which is not matching. So if the current user is matching with the email, so I don't want to return that email, sorry, that object basically. So it will not return that object. So let me save this. Now you can see the Bharat is not there, and here you can see the new email is not there because we are logged in here with the new email. Perfect. Now if I click on the Bharat, and if we click on the new email, let me check. Hi, you can see we got the hi here at the same time. Hello, if I click on send hello, you will get this hello here on the real time update. Okay, so the chat is updating on the real time. Hi, hello. Okay, so, and this is not for the all the chats, like all the chats are unique. So if I go back and if I click on this second email, there is no chat here. So what I have to do is, I have to do login here with the second email in order to chat with that second email. So let me log in second email.com 123. If I log in with this, okay, sorry, this is the not correct email ID. Yeah, email ID I have put it this wrong way. Second email @gmail.com. Okay, it is saying the supplier auth credential malware. Okay, so this is the not the correct email ID. Let me put this second email @gmail.com. Okay, fine. Okay, let me check what was the name here. Okay, it is second email. Let me copy this one. Okay, I think there is some issue in the email. Okay, anyway, let me do one thing. I have another emails as well. We have earlier logged in on the initial stage of the video, so which was like BHAR. And what we can do when we can do one thing here. Let me kill this app, open, okay, login. Let me try once. Okay, so this is not working. Now I'm going to create new one and I'll put the UID here. Sign up. First mail @gmail.com. Let me put something here. First mail, FIRST, first mail, gmail.com. Let me sign up. Okay, now I am signed up here. Okay. Okay, let me copy the UID here. First email, let me put it here in the place of second email. Okay, let me put the UID copy. Here, first email. Okay. Okay, let me refresh all the things once. New email, and this is one. I think there is some issue where we are not getting the list. Let me check once. Okay, so I think the problem is with this user.uid for the uh, some items. This UID should not be there, so that's why it is not showing the list. Okay, let me save it. Now you can see the list. In the emulator we have the list. Okay, so now I am logged in with the first email, and let me open this first email. Okay, and let me open this new email. Here I'll put anything here, you get the message. Anything here, I'll get the message here back. Now let me go back to the sorry, in this profile, go back here. Now log out, log in with Bharat. And if I log in, now here, if I click on new email, now click on Bharat, you can see we have these messages. Okay, if I send here, you get here. If I send it here, you will get here. But if I click on first email, if I send here, we will not get the message here because this is the different channel. Okay, so this is working perfectly. So few more steps I think we can perform. Like in the chat screen, we can give the back button here. So let's okay, so let's go to the chat screen, and before this flat list we can add the one, what we can say, one we can use the icons, I think. So one icon, and name would be arrow something, and size would be 20. Okay, and this icon we can import from React Native vector icons. So React Native vector icons we have imported already in the, I guess, bottom tabs. Let me copy this one in the chat screen. Let's paste this. Let's use this, put it here. Name we can use arrow back. Okay, or let me check the name, exact name. Okay, so I think name is correct. Let me increase the size little bit more, so you can see the at the top we are getting the arrow, and we can put it inside the touchable opacity, and we can put it here. We can give it some style. We can put on press, and inside the on press we have to use the go back method. So we can use the use navigation. Okay, now const navigation, and navigation we can use here, where it is, yeah, here. We can pass navigation dot go back. Okay, let me refresh it. New email. Okay, now let me do some styling here. We can do margin 20. Okay, margin top 40 for now, or we can say 50. Okay, so this is not the correct way giving the margin. We have to set the way like safe area view something. Okay, or we need to get the status bar height in order to give the correct margin. But for now, let me check. Yeah, we are going back, and in the Android we also have this arrow. Okay, so it's working fine now. Let me redocument it. Okay, and or either I can do one thing. I'll get you the status bar height. I'll do the correct approach. So let's remove this margin top, the dummy, the hard-coded top. So let's create one in the services. Let's create one file, utils.ts, and here paste this. This is the use safe area insets, and we can import this from the safe area context. Okay, and return the status bar height from this method. If I call this method, it will return the status bar height, and status bar height we are getting from the use safe area insets, which is imported from the React Native safe area context. Okay, this way you can get. Okay, so this is the correct status bar height, so we can give the margin top from this. So let's go back to the chat screen, and common name, and this is not the correct name, I guess. Let me convert it to the status bar height. Okay, you can status bar height function. Let me copy this, go back to chat screen, paste it, import it, call it. Now you can see we have the status bar height perfectly. If I remove this one as well, now we'll get the arrow here, but now I want this as well. Okay, so it's now it's the dynamic value in all these screens, in all the devices. It will work perfectly, you can see. Okay, for the Android also it is working fine. Cool. So I hope this is the chat part is working fine. Let's do some rework, some styling rework. Okay, so let's remove all the inline styles and put back into the style sheets one by one. So for all these screens I am doing one by one, and for this contact item login component also I'm doing. So let's do that first one. Okay, I'm pausing the video, doing all the styling in the styles sheet.create method. Okay, bear with me. Cool. So now you can see we have all the styles below in the style sheet. Like this chat screen, you can see all the style inside this style sheet.create method. There is no inline styles. Okay, and in the login component you can see we have all the styles below in the context. Okay, so all the styles are below and all the things are working fine as previous. Okay, and what we can do, yeah, so let's do one more thing. Let's remove this part. I'm doing refactoring because of I want to put this code in the GitHub now. Okay, so let's use this as any. Okay, okay, and put the type here as well, any. Okay, cool. So this is fine now. Let's go to chat screen here. Okay, so this is like we can't do right now, we have to do some other steps. So this is okay for now. And in the profile also we have the this thing, this user, so we need to define the type. Okay, so in the profile it's fine. For the context item, okay, so to remove this type error we do not need to do anything here. We can define the type here in the navigation. So for that I have imported this native stack navigation prop, this one, and here we can import one more type which we can say native stack root stack. Okay, and we can define one type in the types, export type root stack, and here we can define two things. Like in the root stack we have two tabs, right? So we have the chat, and the chat will take this thing, where it was, sorry, in this, yeah, here chat will take this receiver id. So we can define the this id, and it is gonna be string, and there is another tab which is not going to take anything, so we can provide the any here. We can do this root stack, we can go back to contact, we can put it here, and we can import it. Okay, and one more thing I think. Okay, so string, there is some issue in the type, yeah, string, save. Now you can see we remove this error as well, this type error. So let me go one by one in all the errors. Okay, so this has nothing error, this is has nothing type error. Styles is also in the, you know, all the styles are also in the style sheet, for this as well in the style sheet. Okay, so this is one error, yeah, so we can ignore for now this error. Okay, this is fine. Let me remove this one. Okay, and this is also fine, we can remove this. because this has not the any type configuration for now from the library, I guess. So we are you know skipping this part. Okay, for the home screen there is no error. All these styles in this style sheet. Okay, this thing is good. Okay, we have this types. Okay, utils. So fine, all things are working. New email. uh, this is Bharat. Okay, so and this is what, so this is what new email. Okay, Bharat, and let me refresh. Yeah, new email from this and Bharat from this. If I test anything, test 1 2 3, it will send here message. You get the message here. Now test 4455. If I send here, it will get here. Yeah, on the real time. So it's working fine. I think that's it for this video. Video is already long. All the things are working fine, and project I think was already completed. We have covered all the things. The main core logic was like making the real chat, which is working fine. Okay, so now I'm going to put all the source code in the GitHub, and I'll put the in the description below. And if you like the video, please like the video and subscribe the channel and share the video as well and channel as well. Thank you so much. Bye bye. See you in the next video.